You go.
We are ready to go. Look at us. Our intrepid reporter is with us. All right. So we have a quick work session today. Really all we have are updates. And so we don't have any interviews. I will say one thing in reviewing the regular agenda. Katie sent us an email. In the consent agenda, number 4, the resolution will be removed. And so, Neil, I assume that I'm going to have to get a motion for us to remove and postpone that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when we get there, everyone can help me remember to do that. Other than that, does anyone have anything else they want to discuss on the regular agenda? All right, that's easy enough. How about updates? I'll start over here this time. You're used to usually start, so we might as well
Keep with that.
Yeah.
I went to ARB,
Thank you.
and as always, great meeting. They run a tight ship, and but it was really exciting to see the projects that are coming up and really constructive back and forth on that. Green Space was a full meeting talking about Green Our City, Eco Ed, upcoming initiatives, kind of going over the presentation. There's anything to bring back other than Arbor Day that's coming up? I think you're
I'm on the calendar. Yeah.
Okay, it's on my calendar too, if you
Okay.
need a backup or just company, I'm planning to go.
When is it?
May.
Sorry.
It's at like 3:00, it's gonna be at Ivory Crockett this year, and they're gonna do.
Seven.
The
On the
7th,
7th.
May 7th, they're gonna do treated plantings as well. I have it, down at 5:30, but I don't know if
That's what I have as well.
Okay. So that's great, and then also, I think is it this weekend coming up, then they have the big honeysuckle sweep at Lorraine Davis that came out, it's this weekend or the following. So good stuff.
Councilmember Smith.
No updates, Mayor.
We're gonna go way out of order and go.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Katie?
Me?
You?
Okay, it's Earth Month, so happy Earth Month to all celebrate. I attended the BDC coffee last week, which was fantastic. There was a rep from, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, but Greater St. Louis, there to chat with us about various initiatives in the area, and it was good, really good information to have, and how some synergies between Webster and Greater St. Louis. Some opportunities there, really cool stuff. SS4A also had a table there, which I thought was really great to engage with more folks. They're really working hard on expanding their reach. And then I would just flag that Senate Bill 22 is heading to Governor Kehoe's desk, and it's about ballot language that the courts or that people can't sue to make ballot language more clear. And so I don't feel like that's in the citizens of Missouri's best interest to have tricky ballot language. So if you agree with that sort of thing, please feel free to write or call Governor Kehoe's office. The people are very nice when you call. So that's all I have.
Let's see. This weekend is the EV open house on the City Hall parking lot from 10 to 12, and there will be residents there sharing their cars and being able to talk about what it's like to transition to electric vehicle, retrofitting your home and your electricity for that, etc. And thanks to Tiara's post, it has a lot more detail there on Instagram. And that is all I have.
All right. Excellent. I have a few things. I did do a mayor's coffee a week ago, Friday, I think it was. I think it was 8 or 9 people who came, and we talked about some of the ballot issues. We talked about Opera Theater's announced move and some other community issues. So we'll continue to do that quarterly. I spent most of the following Friday at Webster Groves High School. There was a student conference where students gave presentations on community issues. And so there was a community panel. It was a lot of fun and gives you faith in humanity when you see high school students digging into some of these issues. Tim Breaker is the guy who you're trying to remember his name. He is the Vice President for Government Relations at Greater St. Louis. So that was a good coffee. I don't know exactly who should follow up. Maybe somebody from the BBC. The conflict that we ended up with the chamber being co-sponsors of that event, plus having their own event at the same time at Rock Hill City Hall, I think unfortunately meant that some people who really would have benefited from hearing Mr. Brinker didn't get to do that. So, I mean, I will send Jerry Rosen a note myself, but I don't know how that exactly happened. There's no traffic advisory commission this month. They decided they had a limited agenda, so they were going to put that off till May. And then the only other thing is, in terms of legislative updates, I was at the Metro Mayor's meeting recently, and it looks like coming to the end of the legislative session, most of the things that the MML didn't want to happen are not going to happen, including they don't believe a grocery tax cut will happen. They don't believe that there will be any other their identified legislation. The one thing that they're hoping still to get done is MML for a few years now has been lobbying to allow cities to redact the names of minors under public information requests. That is looking more optimistic. So if you're calling, you can also ask them to leave the kids alone while we're doing that. All right, that's it. So we've got time. I'm going to ask Councilmember Smith, you wanted during new business to talk about Douglas Manor. Maybe since we have a window of time right now, we can go ahead and do that. If that's all right with you, or would you rather do it in the regular meeting? Okay.
See that again, your council to verify.
Well, I could talk a little bit.
See that?
Oh, you want to talk a little? Well, we'll let David get settled. And maybe he has something. You go ahead while he gets settled, Pam.
I was gonna say that in 2 weeks, Jamie and I are going to Madison, Wisconsin for the Midwest Climate Collaborative Summit. We'll be there for a day and a half. We're gonna drive up there, do some car ride sharing. But anyway, Midwest Climate Collaborative is an organization that's headquartered in St. Louis at WashU. So they're very active in organizing governments and institutions all around climate change and innovations, et cetera. So it should be a very robust day and a half. And this is the second one I've attended, actually the second one for Jamie as well. So we will come back with some great ideas.
All right, David, you've been allowed to sit down. Any updates from you?
Nothing from me, Madam Mayor.
I could have done that right away. All right, well then I think that we can end our work session. We will start right on time at 7. We have the recognition of our firefighter of the year. We want to do that, and then we'll dig in budget wise. I believe we should have hard copies of the budget at the dais right now. Maybe we could use time to just sort of flip those, since we haven't those. I mean, I know we all got the online copy, but my eyes hurt after dealing with that for a long time. So you might take a look. And then a couple of things. I think the city manager will deal with this in her opening. In terms of the scheduling of the budget, if you remember, today's the introduction. We're going to ask lots of questions. The 6th, we have the Business Development Commission plus the 3 business districts giving their presentations. So I'm going to ask those of you who are liaison to a business commission to verify with your commission that they know and somebody's going to be there to present their annual report and their budget request. So we'll do that on the 6th. We'll also have our revenue discussion on the 6th. But really, in order to make sure that you could do amendments to the budget on the 6th if you'd like, but we talked about in order to be ready for the public hearing of the budget in our first meeting in June, we'd like to have all council amendments to the budget completed by the May 20th meeting if we possibly can. Right, so that gives us time to get those all incorporated in at the public hearing. If there's something that comes up at the last minute and we want to amend the budget, we certainly can, but at least that's a little cleaner process for the public hearing if we can say this is the budget that city manager is recommending and the council has done their work on. Any questions about any of that? Do you want to elaborate on any of that?
I think that's perfect. At your seats, you will find a blank budget amendment form. If you have any questions, same as last year, if you want to give me a phone call, I'm happy to help with those. I can send it to you electronically as well, but happy to help you prepare those in advance. The business district, as well as the software of the business commissions, they were late submitting their budgets, as you all know, which is fine. There's lots of hard work and discussion that went into those. Because of that, though, they were put into my proposed budget wholesale, meaning I didn't provide any of my recommendations or share my thoughts on those. So please look into those, talk with your various folks and see, because there are some increased costs as expected. But I will be doing some more digging myself and looking forward to having a robust conversation about those.
Which reminds me, May 20th in work session is when we have set aside the time to talk about all the boards and commissions, annual reports and budget requests. That way, you know, because remember, when they do these annual reports now, we're gonna give them some feedback. So it's not just about budget amendments, it's also, we need to help them prioritize some of their work. So Dr. Peoples will have for us, I think you said it's a table or a chart or something that, you know, that talks about here's what the budget request is. And then also I've asked her to include, and I mean, you probably already were going to, some discussion of anticipated staff time. Because that was one of the things that we said to the boards and commissions that we really wanted to account for this year is in moving into next year on the project you're working on, that we have a better sense of what staff time is going to be needed to accomplish those goals. So that'll come for our meeting on the 20th as well. Okay, let's go look at our budgets and we'll get started right at 7 and honor Hannah. There we go.
All right, welcome everyone. We're happy to have you here for our April 15th City Council meeting. We look forward to hearing from people in attendance. If you would like to make a public comment, we'll ask that you do so during the remarks from the community and visitors time. And we have cards over here on the table. If you're interested in making a comment, please do fill that out. You'll be limited to 3 minutes after I call on you. If you are on Zoom and would like to make a public comment, we'll ask you to use the raise your hand function. We will start today as we usually do with the call of the roll.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Arnold,
Here.
Councilmember Bliss.
Here.
Councilmember Franklin.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Alexander is absent. Councilmember Hickson Shepherd.
Here.
Councilmember Hasselmeyer.
Here. All right, we get to start off with the fun. We have our firefighter of the year here with us, Hannah Jones. Hannah, if you would meet me and the rest of the council down here in the well, and yes, I do mean the rest of the council. Right there. They did a great job with it. But we're not allowed to make you put it on, is that the thing? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You stay right there. Ah, okay, we'll do that. Well, go on over there. I'm gonna stand over here just because I have the microphone. You say there, let council come in the picture in the area here. I know. Well, I mean, dare I say that the firefighters seem to be a little more fun with this? I mean, yeah. All right, so let's go with the proclamation. Here we go. Whereas firefighter paramedic Hannah Jones has been selected as the firefighter of the year for 2024. Hannah comes from a long line of fire service professionals and joined the Webster Groves Fire Department in 2023. And whereas Hannah has been a part of the captains and battalion chiefs promotion process as a firefighter representative assessor and has taught at Camp Fury, a woman in fire service week-long training. And whereas Hannah is part of the Webster Groves Fire Department new firefighter onboarding team, and she is working on her training and clearance as an engineer operator. And whereas Hannah is also the fire department's liaison with the Central Corps Medic, CCM, and was instrumental in moving us to Washington University for our EMS initiative and working with the CCM to update EMS protocols, aligning EMS bags with other Central Corps fire departments, and being the face of EMS for the Webster Groves Fire Department with our auto aid cities. Hannah plans, researches, implements, and evaluates changes to provide cutting-edge medical service delivery to our community as a leader while working alongside her peers. Now, therefore, I, Laura Arnold, Mayor of the City of Webster Groves, on behalf of the entire City Council, wish to thank and honor firefighter-paramedic Hannah Jones for her exemplary service to our community and do hereby proclaim Friday, April 18th, 2025, as Hannah Jones Day in the City of Webster Groves.
Here, tell me where to go. Guys, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, I love that. Yeah. Does he get it?
We get a picture of this.
Your head's way smaller.
It opens up.
It does. Yeah, well, I was thinking like. Okay, can you ever be a picture of you with an arm?
Okay, yeah.
All right. Do we have any new business from any of the members of the council? Staff?
I have something, did you want to remark from the community business?
Oh, yeah, I skipped that, didn't I? Thank you, Councilmember Smith. We'll do that first and then we'll come back to you. How about that? All right, our first speaker card is from Dave Buck. Oh, yeah, I apologize. I should have put it back. Turn the base around. There we go.
Dave Buck, Colonial Village Apartments. I want to make 4 points about people. This evening, it is your number one value in your strategic plan. And interestingly enough, it's not one of the 7 community pillars in the comprehensive plan. And personally, I think it should be number one. 4 points. One, I continue to miss Eric, not because he did a great job here, but he's a really good person. He's good people and he's a good friend. Second, I want to thank City Council for letting our little group of people have the freedom and independence to do our own thing relative to community events, which leads me to number 3. Our first event of the 8 of the year is this Saturday. It's the Follow Your Heart Amateur Art Contest at the McCopper Art Gallery. This year we have 64 amateur artists and 111 individual works of art that they did. They are an amazing group of people, and all they want, I mean, they are our unsung heroes in the City of the Arts. All they want is a little respect, a little dignity, a little appreciation, that they count and belong to this community, and that they be given an opportunity to show off their talent. This to me is the real currency. I know you're going to be talking about the money and your budget. This is the real currency of Webster Groves in my mind. 4, I think particularly Laura and Emerson know John Clark really well. John Clark's a very dear friend of mine. I've known him for a long time, since our kids were in school. He is suffering from brain cancer. I had lunch with Jerry Rosen, the head of the chamber, the other day, and John will be getting the Heart of Gold award at the ceremony on April 25th. But Jerry said he's back in the hospital.
Hmm.
So I went over to his house, which I've been to several times, and Jenna, his daughter Jenna, opened the door. John was actually back home, but he was with nurses, so I could not see him, and he couldn't come to the door. But he's doing better. He hopes that he can come to the ceremony. If not, it'll be awarded to either Jacob, his son, John Simpson, or Karasibi. John Clark, he's one of the best human beings that I've ever known. He is the collaboration of Atticus Finch, George Bailey, Jefferson Smith, Elwood P. Dowd, all wrapped into one. And I just ask council, please say a prayer for him. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Our next card comes from Elizabeth Voss. Welcome, Elizabeth. You'll just give us your name and your address. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Voss. I live at 620 Fair Oaks Avenue, but I'm here on behalf of property that I own at 601 East Lockwood. It's known as the DeSoto Building. And I'm here to advocate on behalf of my property that when you look at your budget coming up, that the parking lot at Old Orchard there that is between my building and Rogers Produce, we have a cross-access agreement with the city. So the public lot comes onto my property. And it's been overdue for resurfacing for a number of years. I think we've been told for about the last 3 years that it was, on the agenda. And one reason or another, it hasn't happened yet. However, we recently had about a 1/4 inch of salt residue build up in the bottom of the elevator pit due to ground seepage. There's just so much permeable surface there now that it's having an adverse effect on our elevator, which is a hydraulic elevator. And I'm very concerned about corrosion and damage happening there. That'd be very expensive. So in addition to the fact that it's quite unattractive and doesn't, it needs to be milled and have virgin asphalt put down and restriped. And so a portion of it that comes onto our property where there's some private parking, we participate in that with you, but I'm just hoping that you'll make it a priority and take into consideration that it's having a physical effect on my property.
Yeah. All right.
Okay,
Thank you very much. I'm gonna pass those on down. All right, we'll move on to unfinished business. Councilmember Hasselmeyer, could you go off for the third reading of Bill number 9278? please?
Yes,
Oh,
madam.
nope, I did it again. Please don't do that. I apologize, Councilmember Smith. Maybe you should be chairing this meeting. All right, please go ahead. New business.
Thank you, Mayor. My new business aims to inform and update the city council and the residents of Webster Groves about the situation at Douglas Manor, located at 546 Elm Avenue. Douglas Manor was created to provide safe and convenient senior living options. William A. Thomas, a well-respected African-American developer in North Webster, partnered with Charles F. Vatterott and Company and Charles E. Fleming to create independent senior living options in Webster Groves. Over the years, the initial intent for Douglas Manor has changed. It became a mixed-use facility. A letter from the U.S. Department of Housing, Urban Development, HUD, was sent to all residents in January 2025, informing them that the Section 8 Housing Assistance Payments contract at the Douglas Manor Apartments is being abated or stopped, effective March 1st, 2025. This action was taken due to the owner's failure to remedy physical conditions and physical deficiencies that threaten health and safety conditions at the property, as identified by HUD in their inspections of the property. The city of Webster Groves has been performing regular inspections over the years and providing the owner with opportunities to correct the deficiencies. Currently, HUD has provided relocation specialists with the ability to relocate the tenants to a decent, safe, and sanitary housing for the tenants that are participating in Section 8 housing. The Webster Rock Hill Ministries is providing office space for the relocation specialist. The North Webster Neighborhood Coalition and the City of Webster Groves are committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of the residents of Douglas Manor. As part of this commitment, the City of Webster Groves shall employ all available municipal and regulatory tools to address the conditions at Douglas Manor with the current property owner. Our priority is to create a healthy and secure environment at Douglas Manor. North Webster Neighborhood Coalition, Churches Together for Justice, the Webster Rock Hill Ministries, and the City of Webster Groves are active participants in addressing this effort. I just want to make sure the council understands what's going on there. There's been a concern for the community for many years, really. Sometimes they keep up the property and sometimes they don't. But at least for the last 3 years, there's always something going on where trash or infestation of bugs had that property in turmoil. So as mentioned before, the relocation specialists are there to relocate the tenants that's on Section 8. There's only 42 units in that building, and I believe 36 or had some type of assistance from HUD. So just want to make you aware of it, and just watch out for anything that the residents may or may not need. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, I'd like to just add briefly that I attended one of the meetings that HUD held and listened to some of the residents' concerns. It's a tragedy what happened to their living situation and how the building deteriorated. And I can't help but wonder if outside of writing citations from our building inspectors based on the conditions of the property, if there's anything that this body can do, that the city can offer to help. I don't know what those solutions are. I'm curious, yeah, to ask the question a little further for us to think about it a little more.
I do know that the Churches Together for Justice, the Webster Rock Hill Ministries, they're standing by to provide assistance to Douglas Manor residents that must move. Part of the process with HUD, they will provide relocation vouchers. And those vouchers consist of saying that they're eligible for continued Section 8 housing and moving expenses. In some cases, they would apply the, not the down payment, but the deposit, thank you, Mayor, deposit for their new facility. So they're doing as much as they can. And they're actually being proactive in meeting with the tenants and giving them, pretty much what they need. So I would say within 90 days, that building will probably end up with maybe 4 or 5 tenants.
I think one thing to note, and I haven't gotten a copy of the deed yet, but my understanding is there is a deed restriction that requires at least a portion of the multi-unit facility to remain low-income residents. So there's also an ongoing fear that somehow this will be sold and turned into high-income condominiums or something like that. But my understanding is that can't be true for the entirety of Douglas Manor just because of that deed restriction.
Yep.
Can I ask about the residents who aren't on assistance? Is there any help for them?
They have the option of, all the tenants have the option of staying where they are. But any of them are on some type of assistance from the government, they will lose that assistance because HUD is actively trying to replace them. Then there are individuals in the building that's paying full market rate for rent. They can't stay there.
And if they want to leave, there's no
They want to leave. There's no,
specific support for them like there is,
there's nothing stopping them now for leaving.
but there aren't there aren't services available to them either.
Okay.
And I'm assuming inspection wise, we still have to someday get that property livable.
Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So our inspection process has continued throughout this, and we've partnered with HUD, excuse me, throughout the process, updating them on our inspections and sharing all that information. We will continue that. And I don't know, Mr. Leibson, hate to put you on the spot. Do you know currently where our inspections stand? Are we in violation status in court? Okay, that's fine. No need to go. I was gonna have you go to the mic, but that's all right. We stay on that consistently. So to answer the question, we would continue with that process. We would not give new occupancy permits until those apartments were brought up to code.
The owner of the building has not been very supportive or helpful in what they're doing, what HUD is doing. So that's why they're at the Webster Rock Hill Ministries, because they can't get access to the office or to the building.
And if I could add just one more thing, the residents that I spoke with were really frustrated with the management company. But the management company answers to the owner of the building. And I just want to underscore that because there seemed to be some confusion about who is responsible for allowing the building to deteriorate.
So things that really started, I remember back in 2022, when HUD really started taking an active part in making sure that he lived up to his responsibilities. He might have repaired some, but not all. But I would say 2024 was their year of action where they actually made some definitive and definite moves by abating the funds that he was receiving for HUD. So those funds that he was receiving on a monthly basis, he's no longer receiving them. And he cannot evict anybody until this process is completely done.
Dr. Peoples, will you let us know and Director Leibson, let us know the status? I mean, I'm sure that you can alert us via email when you have had a chance of what those violations are, because my understanding is the intention was to do some basic rehabilitation to make them code compliant and then have some people live there. So I think, obviously we want to make sure they're fully code compliant before that happens.
Yes, Mayor. Well, excuse me. The city attorney just informed me that there are several matters pending in court, which I suspected. So as that process works out, I will keep you updated.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, we will move on to unfinished business. How about now, Councilmember Hasselmeyer?
Yes, Madam Mayor, with pleasure. I'd like to call for the third and final reading and subsequent adoption of Bill number 9278.
Second.
Bill 9278, third and final reading. An ordinance granting a conditional use permit to Betty and Matt Bear of Betty's Books to allow a banquet facility and coffee shop uses on an approximately 0.05 acre tract of land in an existing structure located at 8772 Big Bend Boulevard in a PC planned commercial district and matters related thereto.
Is there any discussion? Oh,
Was there any indication that the owner of Betty Books wanted additional hours?
oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. You know what? We'll hear from either one of you.
Okay, so we did discuss that, and she did propose to extend the hours till 9 o'clock on Sunday and 10 o'clock throughout the week. Do I have that? Please.
And if you're going to do that, I'd like for you to come to the microphone, please. Thank you.
Hello. So we had corresponded via email, and thank you for making the suggestion of extending the hours. I didn't really understand what those hours meant. And so now what I proposed was the coffee and bookstore side, Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then the event side, Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. But then on Sunday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for the events. So that was what we had corresponded about.
Okay, would you do that one more time?
Yes,
Because somebody's going to
yeah.
have to propose an amendment.
Got it.
And
Okay.
we want to make sure they know what they're proposing.
All right, thank you. So for the coffee and bookstore side, Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Got
And
it.
then for the event side, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. But then Sunday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, so I'm going to need somebody to make such an amendment, and then we can discuss that.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to adjust the hours of her, of Betty's Books to the coffee side, Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. On the event side, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Second.
Second.
All right. So everyone's clear on what those hours are. Is there any discussion of the amendment? All right, then let's vote on the amendment.
Councilmember Bliss?
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd?
Yes.
Councilmember Hasselmeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Arnold?
Yes. All right. Do we have any discussion on the bill as amended? All right, let's do that voting thing all over again.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd?
Yes.
Councilmember Hasselmeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss?
Yes.
Right, I would say once again, maybe Councilmember Smith should be running this meeting. Thank you for remembering that. All right. Councilmember Franklin, will you call for the third reading of Bill number 9279, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to call for the third and final reading of Bill number 9279 and its subsequent adoption.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right.
Bill 9279, third and final reading. An ordinance granting a conditional use permit to the Webster Groves Presbyterian Church to allow a banquet facility use on an approximately 1.67 acre tract of land in an existing structure at 45 West Lockwood Avenue in the D Commercial District and matters related thereto.
All right, now is when I'm really supposed to ask for discussion. So is there any discussion? All right, let's have that vote then too, please.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd?
Yes.
Councilmember Hasselmeyer?
Yes.
Mayor Arnold?
Yeah.
Councilmember Bliss?
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin?
All right, that brings us to the big discussion of the day. You all are welcome to stay for the budget presentation if you'd like, but you know, I do understand. All right, so next up is the presentation of the fiscal year 2026 budget. And council members have a hard copy in front of them, and we will get this ready. And it looks like Mr. Donovan's going to kick us off. No?
Dr. Peoples is going to kick us off, but I am coming up to be prepared.
Okay, all right.
While she is doing that, I was offered corporate box tickets to the ball game tonight, and
And you chose us.
oh,
Clearly.
boy, I said I'm out. You know what? Here you go. I said I don't think the council would look too kindly on me missing tonight's meeting. So, is that? Yeah, I can take care of it. So that's the plan.
I do.
All right. Well,
All right.
ready.
You were going to take me to the game, right?
Of course I was. Corporate box tickets.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It is my pleasure to present the proposed FY26 budget to you. Before we get started, I of course want to thank Mr. Donovan as well as the department directors. Each year I talk about the work that goes into this, so you all have heard me say it, but I will share it with others to prepare the budget and to really consider all of the items that go into it. It fuels the people, all of us that work for the city, but it also fuels the resources that we need. Every single thing, down to the pens we're writing with, to toilet paper in the bathroom. So to account for all of the needs and all of the budget lines is really a huge undertaking. So I greatly appreciate the directors, Mr. Donovan, Mr. Davis, and all of the work that they've put into considering the budget. The budget is the foundation that supports all of the work that we do. The budget is also more than numbers. It is the truest teller of who we are. It reflects our shared priorities and aligns with our strategic plan. It showcases how we allocate resources to meet community needs and fulfill the collective goals. So I'm really hoping for some deep discussion, and I'm really eager for the department directors to share their budgets with you this year as well. So there's the website, and we will continue to update the website throughout the budget process as we do every year. So for those online or who may watch later, you can access all of the materials at that link, and please continue to look for it because we will update it. You see there the agenda for the discussion. Mr. Donovan's going to share the FY25 Q3 performance report and investment report. We're also going to share the bottom line numbers of what we're thinking is going to happen in FY26, along with the proposed budget. We're going to review the 5-year general fund plan. I will discuss my manager's compensation and health insurance recommendations. And then I'm going to present the executive, legislative, finance, and administrative proposed budget, which will then lead into the departments doing their presentations. As you all know, it's a long night. So with that, Mr. Donovan.
Thank you, Dr. Peebles, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me this evening. So we'll begin with the budget calendar tonight, presenting the city manager's proposed budget. And on May 6th, we will hear from the business districts as it relates to their annual report and have a discussion about boards and commissions, as well as take our first look at your budget amendments. I believe we also are going to have some revenue discussions that evening. June 3rd, again, budget amendments, and will be our actual public hearing on the budget. And then at the June 17th meeting, finalize any budget amendments and hope for budget adoption.
Before you go on, just
Yes, ma'am.
council, as a reminder, you are not required to submit budget amendments in advance, but it's really beneficial to staff and to your colleagues if you do. At least that way we know what we're working with. So just a gentle reminder, if you are going to do amendments, it helps to do those in advance rather than just walking in on council day.
Thank you. Third quarter budget performance. So we'll just briefly review where we're at as of March 31st. So you would see our budget revenues and expenses, what we have taken in and also spent. This is the all funds look. As a percentage of year to date, it's 84% of what we had budgeted in terms of revenue has come in, and we have spent 55% of the expenses. And as we look at this point in fiscal year 24, we had 77% of our revenue and 64% of our expenses. I'm going to say this now, and I will repeat it later. As we're looking at all funds, I'm going to ask everyone all of you, it is everyone who is listening, to keep in mind that this includes Prop W. So, and in the all funds collection. So we took in, as you all know, over $18 million in January, February with our bond sale as part of that $45 million budget. And so as we look at the all funds and comparisons, please do keep that in mind. It's be more important when we look at what's projected to happen for next year, to keep that. For the general fund, I think this is much more reflective of really city operations. So we budgeted $22.5 million in revenue. We've taken in 15.6, so close to 70% of our revenue. At this point last year, we had taken in 76% of our revenue. And with the budget expenses, $22.9 million in expenses were budgeted. We spent 13.9 of that, 60%. And last year at this time, we're at about 59% of budget. And I'm going to bring this up again as well in this discussion. And that is, I think that we currently do, and particularly as I look at the past several years, have done a great job when it relates to expense management. And so some of that is going to be borne out in the slides during the presentation. So what is missing from here? There are a couple of things to think about on the revenue side before anybody presses the panic button, which I do not think needs to be pressed for this year. One, all of the property and real estate taxes are not in. So there are protested payments that when everybody gets their bill and they say that they don't want to pay it, so they tell the county says, fine, we will take a look at it. And then the county, after several months, says, you know what, you have to pay it anyway, or you have to pay this portion of it. And then we get another check and deposit of several $100,000. That's what typically happens. So that hasn't happened yet in terms of revenue. And also too, something to keep in mind is that as I was doing more and more research, looking at the numbers as they came in on a monthly basis, we'll talk about this as well. Sales taxes are down about 3% across the state, and what compared to the calendar year before. And so when we budget typically, and we did it going into this year, we budgeted an increase in sales tax revenue. That has borne itself out a little bit with respect to the St. Louis County pooled sales tax. And I promised Dr. Peoples I would try not to get into any weeds tonight over different funding mechanisms and things like that. So please hold me to that. If I get too carried away, just say, Gregory, stop. And so there have been some increases, some decreases. However, I have noticed that for April, it picked up again. So I think it's a back and forth, but having over a third of our general fund revenue, all funds revenue coming from sales taxes in a typical year, any change in that we're particularly sensitive to as we look at things in this conversation. So that's where we stand at the moment with the general.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Sorry. Am I allowed to do that?
Of course you
Okay.
are. My conversation.
The 3% decrease,
Yes.
have you noticed that, had that tracked all 3 quarters thus far for our fiscal year?
It had so far.
Okay.
Yes. So it's more on a month to month, but it's been holding pretty steady at lower 3%
Interesting.
over.
Okay.
over the course.
Thank you.
Again, with the exception of the pool sales tax, that's
Yeah.
on the increase. So
Okay.
it's a little bit more money being spent in the county versus a more macro level, if you will, at the state. But there's limited data for me to pull from states behind, counties behind in
Okay.
terms of actual reporting.
All right. Thank
So,
you.
Hope that's helpful. You're welcome. The investment report in brief right now, total investments in cash, 43.9 million. A portion of that, obviously, or not insignificant portion of that is Prop W proceeds, although we have spent a fair amount of money already on the new water park and our total investments. So as we look at this, it's money that we've actually put into CDs and to bonds and other allowable investments, currently at 12.8. As Mr. Davis and I work together to finalize, and he has provided me some information and the building schedule, working with James as well, on the building schedule for the upcoming projects and seeing where we're at, I'll be able to deploy some more of those cash amounts to pick up some interest. Liquidity ratio for our investments is 53%, 47%, pretty much unchanged. Our yield spread is 1.41%, and that's because of a bank that's not to be named this evening, and 5.12% on the high ends. It's a very little amount at that 1.41%, trust me. And the weighted average yield is 4.13. So in general, we're earning 4.13% on these assets. So,
Gregory, I just wanted to compliment you and your team because if you look at our budgets in the past, we didn't have investment income. And if you look throughout our budget now, you see that investment income and, you know, regardless of the scale of it, I think it demonstrates the ingenuity of your department and also is having the taxpayer dollars work for the taxpayer. Since I appreciate all of your insight and your leadership on that, because I think it is extremely important that the money that taxpayers pay is actually working for them.
thank you. Are there any questions related to what we just discussed? Okay. So discussing the proposed budget, the big book that you all have in front of you, and for our visitors this evening online and here, this document will be published in the next day or two online. So it will be visible for everyone to see and review for themselves. Some budget assumptions that I've made for this year. So I tend to be a little more, when I'm giving advice or recommendations related to other people's money, I tend to be a little more on the conservative side. I will admit that freely. I did not budget for sales tax income increase for next year. And that is because of the trends that I've been seeing this year. There are also obviously policy uncertainties within our country that we need to consider. I am not taking a position on it. I'm simply saying that it's volatile at the moment and there's a lot of uncertainty. And I have no way of predicting how that's going to bear itself out. So it could go a lot of different directions. So if we're running a Monte Carlo scenario, I'm sorry, now I'm getting into the weeds. Sorry. I'm sure that we could, you know, maybe put some money in, more money in there, but right now it's 0% increase. Real estate tax revenue will increase 2.9% outside of the debt service fund. It has to do with the Hancock Amendment. That's all I'm gonna say about that. However, you will see a slide here momentarily about the dollar. Where does my real estate taxes go? I will say that the initial assessment, all of you being residents have received your assessment. Some of you may have had sticker shock. On the whole, real estate property tax assessments went up between 15 and 16% this year for the city of Webster Groves. We do not get to realize income on all of that increase. So our revenue increase is capped at 2.9%. So that is figured in. Insurance premiums and related costs. I'm budgeting a 10% increase. This is on the expense side. I still don't know what's going to happen. We are on the same schedule. Our budget is on the same schedule as Slate, which is the St. Louis Area Insurance Trust, and they negotiate all of our insurance on our behalf. Medical, auto, property. Some particular unknowns this year is that Chubb, who has been our insurance provider for both property and auto, is getting out of part of that business. And it's also becoming more and more difficult for municipalities to get insurance in different spaces. On top of that, the property insurers don't like the Midwest anymore because of our storms and hail and wind and all of that sort of thing. Excuse me. And so all of those factors makes it very difficult to predict as we're going to go into next year what our premiums are going to be. As you may remember, our auto deductibles, vehicle deductibles does not include the apparatus for the fire department because they're larger and more expensive. But all of our other vehicles right now, our deductible is $15,000 per accident or incident. So we're essentially self-insured at the moment, unless we have a total just wreck in an accident. So they're trying to negotiate that down. Hopefully they will be successful, but that will probably cost us. So we will see how all that shakes out. I will know, should know by June, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Interest income, yes.
I have a question. How many times, I guess, in the last fiscal year that we had to pay out deductible for accidents?
We had one vehicle that was totaled, which you're all familiar with. I believe we've had, well, that would be the only time that, well, we didn't get anything out of it. They totaled the vehicle like that. It was returned. I believe we've had, I want to say 7 accidents, and we've paid for all the repairs ourselves. So they did not exceed the $15,000. But the cost to the city varied, and a few of them were in excess of 5,000. So in the future, that would have been mitigated, if you will, the cost to the city. So we average 7 to 9 accidents a year. So that's pretty typical of what happens. So,
thank you.
You're welcome. Interest income, flat to a slight decline. I don't know if any of you follow markets in terms of the treasuries and things like that. And they just cannot make up their mind. Last week, they were 3.7. And yes, I think, well, 2 weeks ago, they were 3.7. And then they closed out last week at 4.4. So the income is completely variable with that at the moment as well. Biggest item not included in the budget that you have in front of you is the police collective bargaining agreement cost increases. So that process is ongoing, and there were no increase assumptions made as part of the budgeting process at the moment. I mentioned the dollar slide. For those here in the room, there's a foam board, and actually there are some in front of you there on the desk. So people ask, where's my money go? Especially if you start to have the conversation about increasing property taxes as a city, people will say, I already pay you enough money. Well, our property taxes go to a lot of different things. My mug there is preventing some of the things from being seen. However, 56.4% goes to the school district, and then another 14% to the special school district. We're the third on the list in terms of income as a percentage per dollar of what is paid in property taxes in the city of Webster Groves at 9.2%. So that is what comes in. And everyone can see the rest of the detail there goes to support a lot of very different and very important things. When the money comes into the city, our real estate and personal property tax dollars go to 4 different places. They go to the general funds, they go to the pension, they go to the street fund, and they go to the debt fund. So those are the 4 places that when property tax and real estate taxes and personal property taxes come into the city, that is where they go, to varying percentages.
Can I just restate that, Gregory?
Absolutely.
That for every $100 that we pay in property taxes that a resident pays, $9 would come to the city.
That's correct.
So I think that is a really important perspective to have. Thank you.
I agree, Councilwoman, and that I think that it's important to re-educate not only ourselves, but the public about that fact. So, and that supports so much, right, of what the city does. So potholes to snow removal, some of the favorite topics, at least for me as a St. Louis City resident. That supports a lot of different things, the police and fire as well, public safety, a big part of that. I love this sign. Credit to Dr. Peoples for finding it and adding it to. It's so true. In addition to that one sign with all the post-it notes, if you had seen my don't come down to my office. It's terrible right now. Estimating revenue, obviously we have a lot of different options. We can be conservative, we can be optimistic, and we can look to reserve funds to support the initiatives on any fiscal year. So as we look at this budget, as we go through the rest of the presentation, and I start to answer some of your more detailed questions, probably, we are putting forward a budget that is asking of you to consider spending some of our reserve funds to support the general fund as well as some other projects. And so that will be discussed and taken a look at here in the next couple of slides. But which way do we go? So St. Louis, that sign, what direction can we possibly go in terms of revenue and estimating it? So fiscal year 2026, all funds. I told you early on that it was going to be very important to remember about Prop W. And here is why. Because if we look at the revenue and expenses, they are decreasing on an all funds level year over year. Revenues decreasing 13.5 million. Well, it's because we took in $18 million this year. And our proposed budget on an all funds level is showing a $7.6 million spending deficit. Well, why? Well, we're continuing to spend money on Prop W items, but we're not taking any more Prop W money in. So that's very important to remember. So 2.7, almost 2.8 million of that 7.6 is all destination WG projects. In addition to that, we've included in the budget 3 of the initial recommendations, the recommendations and our 3 identified projects to get us started on the stormwater improvement for the city. And so that's another $2 million. That is the stormwater fund only takes in $250,000 a year. So in order to do a $2 million set of projects to get us started on the stormwater remediation efforts, that's going to require some additional reserve spending on the stormwater master plan. I did not call it the correct, call it correctly. So that is a fair amount of that all funds spending. Brass tacks though, what's the general operating expenditures of the city and what are we looking at? So as of right now, as I mentioned, my conservative tendencies on revenue budgeting, we're looking at, I am proposing that we'll have about $23.3 million in general fund revenue with $24.5 million in expenses. So that would be a reserve spend of $1.2 million. So as we look at that and take some considerations, so I mentioned also earlier to bear in mind how we're pretty good with, I think actually really good with expense management. I also want to throw out here on this slide in the 2025 budget estimates, it may beg the question, well, how can you possibly be going from an $849,000 surplus to a $1.2 million deficit? That's an enormous swing. It is an enormous swing. There are some things that happen. One, we typically, over the course of the year, have vacancies. So we can't fill every position, or maybe we don't spend money that we had planned to spend. For whatever reason, may determine to be not needed, could be a whole variety of things. And so over the course of the year, we end up saving money. We also, at times, end up taking more money in than maybe we originally had planned. So you might say, well, Gregory, your amended budget says 22.5, your budget estimates actually are lower than that. Well, they're lower than that, as I talked about, because of the sales taxes. But also adding into that, we're getting a huge building permit from the KVC project of about $500,000. So that's going to be coming in here that we would have never budgeted for in the course of a year. We usually take in a ballpark of $800,000 in permits on an annual basis. So getting a $500,000 one bumps us up into, when I stand here in front of you next fall and tell you how great we did in fiscal year 2025, you're going to say, Gregory, how did we do that? And I'm going to say, well, we got some unexpected income. So remember that a budget is a plan. It's an estimate. We don't know quite often what is going to happen over the course of any given year.
Sorry, Gregory. Can you
Yes.
go back once?
Absolutely.
So the star for the building permit, that's in the,
It's included in this estimated amount here. So
just that number, not the one in the amended budget?
no, the amended budget has not changed. So that is what was proposed and adopted, and with any amendments that came after that in terms of revenue. As I recall, though, we did not make any revenue amendments last year. So that's what we would have proposed as the income.
Okay,
Not answering your question.
it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. It's just me trying to get my head around the number.
So if I had not added in the permit, that this number here would have reflected 22 million. We
Right.
still would have been showing a $300,000
Plus.
surplus.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. That does
You're
help.
welcome. So I queued up the conversation regarding real estate taxes. Where do they go? What do they pay for? This is one thing that I do want to draw your attention to. So pension funds, or the pension expenses of the city are covered by real estate taxes and personal property taxes. First is for public safety. So 100%, so that income is supposed to cover 100% of the police and the fire pension contributions that the city makes. Currently, the city contributes, I believe it's 14.8% on behalf of the firefighters and 17% on behalf of the police. Police is going up to 17.7%, firefighters are declining slightly to 14.5%. The general fund this year was 8%, and it's going up to 8.4%, or excuse me, the general employees. And it's only supposed to cover, as authorized by the voters, 40% of the general population's pension contributions. So in 2026, and this is, I would say, a very, very precise number. It's extremely close because it's based on, I have the data behind it. Like, it's not predicated on anybody's behavior. It's what's going to happen based on the valuations, at least at this point. We will take in $1.3 million, well, $3.5 million in income in 26. 1.3 of that, almost 1.28 of that, is going to go towards public safety's pension. And then that leaves that it supposed to cover 134,000 for the general population or the non-public safety population, which leaves us in a deficit of $72,500. 72. So This coming fiscal year, barring, again, any vacancy savings, changes in income, everything like that, that part, the expense part can certainly fluctuate. We will be spending more in pension contributions than we will be taking in.
So Gregory, can you
Yes.
explain to me? I'm a little confused because in every department, it seems like the non-public safety pension expense from the general revenue fund has increased pretty dramatically.
There are two, great question. There are two budget lines in all of those. There is the general, what the general income, general fund income, not the specifically the pension real estate, what is budgeted towards that. And then there was a second line, line 643, account 643, which is for what the pension income was covering. Because of this deficit on all of those, I took all of the money, I zeroed out what the pension income, was going to cover and put it all 100% towards what the general fund income is going to cover. So that's what those changes are.
So from a budget perspective, it's just a reconfiguration of the budgeting document and also where the money's
Correct. So
classified.
I'm accounting for it in a,
Gotcha.
last year for 25, I split it between two accounts. This year I'm putting it into one account because of the source of the funds.
Gotcha. But this seems like a long-term problem, right? Like, I mean, this doesn't seem like it's gonna fix next year. So do you have any recommendations on what we could do to fix this?
Without getting too far into that revenue conversation, the only way to fix this particular issue, if you have two options for this year and going forward for a few fiscal years that you can spend on the pension fund reserve. So we have $1.2 million in the pension fund reserve. So that could cover the shortfalls for the next few years. At some point, if it is the desire of the council and the residents of the city of Webster Groves for that pension real estate tax to cover the pension contributions for public safety and for a portion of the general population, you'll have to go back to them and ask them for a tax increase.
All right. So effectively, what was the original tax was supposed to cover general workforce?
So it originally was to cover 100% public safety. And I do not recall the year. I don't know if anyone here knows it off the top of your head. It was the city council went back to the voters and said, can we increase the amount to cover 3.3%? Excuse me. The contribution on behalf of the general employees was 8.3%. And we went to the voters and said, could we cover 3.3? It was Prop R at some point a couple of years ago.
16, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so can we cover anything above or that 3.3% for the general employees? And they approved that. So that's where that 40% comes from.
Gotcha.
So in the order of priority, I would say that historically it's public safety first and then that 40% for the general employee population.
It begs the question, just for me as a paying taxpayer, is like, why do we differentiate it between police, fire, and everyone else when it comes to pension? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But that's just my 2 cents.
Gregory, just so I understand, the 2026 $72,000, you're not recommending at this point that come out of the reserve. That is coming from general fund funds, or is it coming out of the reserve?
No, that would be covered by the general fund funds at this point. So that's because, I mean, that in the order of priority, as I understand it, the general is last. And so it would only cover a portion of that, and the rest would have to be picked up by the general fund income. So.
Is there sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off with you.
So assuming we left it this way, next year, the reserve would remain the same size.
Yeah, well, it'll increase because that's invested at about 3.9%.
Okay.
So
it'll invest not because we're contributing to it, but because of investment income.
Correct.
Okay.
That
Go ahead,
will
Dave.
continue to increase.
I was just going to piggyback off of Mayor Arnold and ask, In regards to the reserve, is there a standard by which what percentage we should fund our reserve? Or is that just,
So the reserve is simply funded by excess from the excess income from the real estate and personal property taxes that are earmarked for pension. So if we don't spend 100% of that amount, then the balance goes to the reserve and is part of the pension fund.
I guess my first question should be then, is it typical to have a pension reserve?
Excuse me, is it typical?
Is it good practice? Is it, best practices in municipal government to have a pension reserve like this?
This pension reserve happens to be left over in part because of the different changes that occurred in the retirement plans for the city over the years in between 2000 and when loggers was entered into, which I believe was 2013. And so part of that is left over from that. We did spend some of it last year to reduce the the contribution on behalf of police was supposed to increase for 25. We bought that back down to keep it the same. And so in terms of your question, I do not know if other municipalities nearby keep a reserve. It has just been our practice that we haven't needed to spend it all. So over the years as well, since we entered into loggers, it has continued to grow, whether from investment interest or simply because we did not spend it all on its purpose. So we can't go and spend that on any other money, right?
And I get that.
On any other thing.
But can you give me scenarios in which we would use the reserve other than for when when we don't have enough come in on a yearly basis?
Sure. I mean, well, the main one would be because we're locked into loggers, so everybody understands that we're legally obligated to continue and stay enrolled in loggers. So that was a decision point probably before it was a while ago. And so at this point, you could use the reserve to pay down increases or either pay down increases of what our contribution is required to be. So those percentages that I ran through for you before. The other option is that you could use it to even pay those down further. So you can either pay off an increase for a year, or you can try to pay down those further. So go ahead.
Well, no, I'm asking the wrong question, I think, because what I'm trying to understand is, other than covering a balance like this, when else would we use a pension reserve fund?
We wouldn't.
So why have it? Other than I know that there's money, but why not use this pension reserve fund first before the general revenue fund in order to cover the difference?
Well, before I would say I would ask you to commit to doing that, I would say that because we haven't, while we're projected to hit this, we have never hit this yet, where we haven't been able to fully cover the income. Yeah. So rather than ask you in this process to say, hey, please spend some of the reserve or commit to spending the reserve to cover this, I would take a wait and see attitude and have this conversation as we maybe get closer to December, January, or February, when things become a little clearer, and see how much we've actually spent in contributions. Also, police CBA is coming up, and that is going to increase our pension costs. This doesn't take that into account. So this could go from a $72,000 deficit to $172,000 or $270,000 deficit, depending on what happens. So between now and June, I may need to come back to you and say, you know what, we're going to have to spend some of that to cover the shortfall. So is there a need to keep the reserve? No, there is not. It can completely be spent.
So, I mean, you did point out an unknown liability, which is the police CBA. So that's good to know. I guess, I'm going to call a spade here and say, if I'm the police and I'm at a negotiating table right now, I'm looking at, well, you have 1.1 that you can spend on pension. So to me, it's like, why not spend that money on the general workforce? not necessarily because I don't want to pay police more, but because we have this money. And I mean, the police or those that have collective bargaining agreements shouldn't get all of the reserve.
Well, I think added to that, if the long-term solution, and I think the long-term solution is to go to the voters for an increase in personal or real estate property, you don't want to go with the reserve and say, please give us more money to
Yeah.
pay because we're holding on to this money. Again, I'm not suggesting, I like your approach that we wait and see how the year goes out and not get ahead of ourselves, but it's hard to think about what that reserve really is for in the long term.
It starts to be exactly for this, at least that's how
Yeah.
the budget history has borne out for the city. So we are at the point where that money will have to be spent down in some earnest to be able to cover these, what I am projecting, these deficits. So.
Okay.
Greg, could I ask a question
Certainly.
on the 1.342 number that's up here?
Yes.
Ties back right to Fund 1 accounts like 505 through 509.
Mhm.
I'm looking at that. It looks like it doesn't include the ones that are delinquent or the pension utility taxes, and those add up to like 67,000. Is that intentional? I'm assuming it's intentional. Can you
It is.
tell me more about that?
Absolutely. So any delinquent money that comes in between now and December or November has to go towards the pension fund directly because that's how we accounted for it in the past. So this income went into Fund 10. And so that's where that delinquent has to go. The other piece of that is I haven't seen that amount of delinquent real estate and come in this year. So it would be, I was hesitant to include those values in this total because they are unknown. I take ownership. We're still getting delinquent taxes from 2019. On
So
some of our,
they're like a little squishier, to
Yeah.
put it in a really scientific term. So we don't want to bank on that. But if they did all come in like this,
then we would be okay.
then
Yeah.
it could be close to that amount.
Yes, yes.
But if not, I agree that it makes sense to cover it if it's sizable from the pension reserve rather than general funds, when we get to that point.
I would generally agree because I'm not recommending a pay down at this point. The increases were not substantial enough to warrant a pay down for loggers. So when it all averaged out and paying down the increase is lump sum and then it's going to increase.
Yeah, we
So-
did that recently, right?
Did that
That's
last
another thing
year.
We used the reserve fund for.
We did. Last year, we did a pay down for the police increase last year. So. Any other questions regarding this line?
Well, why don't we go on?
Yeah,
A lot of questions, sorry.
just to
Pension's
share with,
important. It's really important.
just to share with you, general fund expenditures by classification. So as we look at the pie chart on the left-hand side of the screen, this is where the money in the general fund goes. 76.75% goes towards personnel. That's salaries, pension, medical insurance contributions, et cetera, et cetera. 4.2% actually goes to materials and supplies and 18.8 goes to contractual services. So contractual services, for example, might be that we are paying somebody to clean the floors in the bathrooms is a contractual service. Materials and supplies is salt for the roads and concrete, different things like that that are not paid for by another fund. Of the personnel expenses, 64% of that is public safety, and almost 36% of that is non-public safety.
So it seems to me that the pie is getting smaller and so smaller by which public safety can, pull from. I remember, so the only reason I remember this is because I ran on it when I first ran, which was over 50, only at the time in 2018, I think only 52% of all personnel expenditures went to public safety. And in this span of 7 years now, almost 8 years, we've now gone up to 64%. And I would imagine that's in part because of CBAs, but I don't know exactly how much more we can really whittle down the non-public safety personnel expenditures in order to compensate public safety expenditures. And this is where the rubber hits the road, especially as we go into another CBA agreement with the police, and a couple of years, another CBA with the fire. And so, I don't know. I guess what I'm just trying to say is this is really going to be difficult.
I would agree, and I hear voices in the back of my head from some of my colleagues. And yes, and some of the non-public safety over the past several years, we've moved to other funds and are being paid for by sales taxes that fund those funds, or the street improvement fund rather than the general fund. So it's a little difficult to read. I'll test my eyes here. So this is a department personnel and operations comparison. So this takes police, fire, legislative and administrative, which is everything that is in the general fund, not part of parks, recreation, public works, or planning, or the other department groups, and shows what the differences are between the current adopted budget for this year and what the department has requested for next year.
Gregory, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes,
Council,
absolutely.
you also have the sheet in front of you. I see some of you straining. It's in your pile of papers.
And is this just the general fund or is this all
The
fund?
general fund.
Okay.
It's just the general.
So again, some of these parks positions, some of the public works positions are in other funds.
Yes.
Okay.
So as you can see, on the personnel line on the parks, it's only 108,000.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like no one works there.
Right. So, yes, the majority of the park staff, including and also the director of Parks and Recreation, is paid for out of the Park Improvement Fund. Public Works, part of Public Works personnel is paid for out of the street funds, a little bit out of the sewer lateral fund, and a little bit out of the stormwater fund. So planning and everyone in the legislative administrative, which is finance, HR, city manager's office, IT, et cetera, they are out of the general fund, as are police and fire. So all of their personnel expenses are out of general. So I'm not going to belabor this slide. I think it's a great summary of what we're looking at in terms of an overall general fund budget. The departments will have their opportunity to speak to it.
Hey, Gregory,
Yes, ma'am.
if you don't mind, you're not going to belabor it, but I think I might for just a second.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So for me, this is an incredibly important slide, and it's perhaps more important for the public to understand as we do talk about that difficult discussion. How do you have a surplus this year, as Mr. Donovan said, yet we're projecting the deficit? And what I want the public to know, as well as you all, is that department directors, myself, we have really, I think, budgeted in the most efficient way. And you can see that in the operations lines. There's very few operations that are going up. And there's very specific reasons if an operation line has increased. The increases are in personnel because we are a service organization. And that gets to healthcare costs, it gets to the pension cost and all the things that Mr. Donovan has already talked about. You'll see there on the police line that there's $667,000 of an increase. That is because the chief has done an excellent job recruiting, and he'll be able to tell you all more about that. And I know you'll have some questions. However, when we charge people with recruiting and staffing, that comes at a cost. And so here's that cost. And there's, discussions to have around that. But again, the key takeaway is of the 1.2 million that we're upside down, you can see that almost half of that is within that staffing. So again, it's a good problem to have. We're not being wasteful. There's not just toys and that whatnot being purchased. As a service organization, if we don't have people, we don't provide services.
And that's 667,666.7. You know what I'm talking.
Yeah, that number.
Over $600,000 of police, and that's without the CBA that we're about to negotiate.
So it is. And when we get to my, I don't mean to cut you off, when we get to my slides, it's going to be part of my discussion. We've got some challenges ahead. You know, which is always dicey, and you know, our fire folks are here in the room with us. We had these same discussions when fire was having their CBA. Whenever it comes to budget time, because it is so hard to plug that in and to really know what we're accounting for. So there's some of that natural tension. How do we fund it?
So the rainy day fund. And so what are we looking at? Well, we're going to, part of the budget already includes transfers from the grant and Prop W funds to the general fund. I want to speak briefly on the Prop W piece. That is very specific. So those funds have to be spent on park recreation improvements as per the election. That money is specifically to fund concrete finishers, which you as a council approved us hiring back in March, I believe. And so while they are budgeted for in the general fund, we can cover any of their hours where they are specifically working on Prop W projects that would otherwise have been required of a contractor.
Okay.
So just so that we're clear about that, what that is. We've discussed $1.18 million from the general fund's cash reserve. Also, and Sinan will talk more about not his, but the stormwater master plan projects that are going forward, or we hope will go forward this coming year. And the stormwater fund cash reserve is going to be a big part of making that happen. This chart, at the request of the mayor, I did not deliberately leave it out, Mayor.
I didn't believe you did.
I included it. It is on page 34 of your book. And so you can look at, it's maybe not even easier to read. However, I think it's very important to share with everybody. We ended 2024 with a fund balance of $17.9 million in the general fund. That was an increase of $4.5 million from 2023. As you look over all the years of the last 10 years, and this slide, this doc is taken directly from our annual comprehensive financial report. And these are all audited numbers and unaltered by me to put into a chart. This is literally a screenshot of that booklet. The last time we broke $12 million in general fund balance was 2016. So we've had some really good years. And I think that's directly accredited to the leadership of this council and Dr. Peoples and her management city. And that has increased over the past several years in that fund balance. And so, as I said before, we've managed our expenses very well. We manage them well for a budget as we're going into this year. So there is some room to move on the general. Look towards the bottom line of that. In 2024, we closed with an all funds balance of 28.6 million. And it's been a long time. Well, we've never had a fund balance that high. And the last highest one was 2020 with 24.6, with the majority of that being not in the general. So I wanted to share all this with you. And Mayor, thank you for prompting it of me to make sure I had it for this evening.
Sure, and,
So,
and I'll tell you why I
Absolutely.
asked for it, is that if we are going to pass a budget that has us pull from reserves, I think it's fair to let the community know that there's been some great management of that over the last several years.
absolutely. I agree. So let's look forward. What do we got? So this is the 5-year plan Mr. Peterson had started putting together back in 2022, 2023, I believe. I've modified it a bit and I'll tell you what I did. So one, I added some more data backwards. My finance background's particularly coming from the investment space, is that 10 years is definitely a good amount of time to consider. I took it a little further back than that since we do have the data to get an average of what is our real average going forward in terms of what are our increases, what historically have been our annual increases as it relates on a percentage basis for both income and expenses. So I incorporated that into the numbers and put this together. I also added 2 other tracking lines, and that is our budget. And so what I want to point out first, and this is also in your budget book, is the yellow and the red line, which, as I stand here, is becoming more and more difficult for me to decipher. The yellow line is the one with the X's here. And the red line is here with the diamonds. And the yellow line is our expenditure budget. And I want to point out that every year since 2020, and it goes back further than that, this trend would continue. We have always budgeted for more expenses than we've actually spent. So that delta in between there, that space, the closest we came is here in 22, and then it expanded again. Our estimate this year is a gap, and yes, they merge next year, as we've shown. And they pretty much track out together if we continue to increase percentage rate of the budget as well as the percentage rate of what our actual expenses are. They do begin to separate as we get out to 2030 and 2031. So with more data, we'll see. Again, goes back to that expense management piece where we've all, going back to 2020 and further, we have budgeted for more expenses than we've ever actually spent. And this is all general funds, by the way. This is just the general fund, not all funds. The green line and the black line are revenues. Budgeted is the actual revenue. I'm sorry. Green line is the actual revenue and the black line is budgeted. So we've had a little more difficulty in years past, but we know what happened in 20 and 21 in terms of budgeting, expecting back then more than we actually took in, but then that works itself out in 22. And then as we go forward, and then again, these lines merge here and continue out. Interestingly enough, over the last 15 years of data, our estimates and our actual revenues increased at the exact same percentage rate. So, and I double checked the numbers, so it was, I don't think I made a mistake anyway. So I just found that curious. Anyway, I thought I would put that data there together for you in terms of the budget piece, just to continue to demonstrate to all of you as well as to our residents who entrust us with their money to, and the management thereof, that we do a pretty good job in relation to that.
So the 5-year plan that we put together years ago is really coming true now.
Absolutely.
So
Yes.
I mean, it is, but also our expenditures are higher than our revenues in the out years, right? If I'm looking at this correctly, the red and yellow are above the green and black.
Councilwoman, say that one more time for me.
And it just looks like in the out years, aren't we projecting to have lower revenue than
Oh,
expenses?
yes, in the out, as we go forward, yes, we're
Yeah.
currently projecting higher expenses than revenue if we continue with the current trends.
I just think this goes more to our revenue discussion,
Mm.
because in the previous years, you know, we did cost reductions, we did pretty significant cost reductions, we did a lot of work to get that in line. But as we know, costs are gonna keep going up at a higher rate than our income is going up, and I think we have a plan for this year, and we'll be fine for a few years if we didn't do anything probably, but not forever. We're gonna have to figure out
Sure.
a long-term plan.
And I don't want to, slightly steal Dr. People's thunder, and she talks about compensation, and as Mr. Zuck talked about, investing in people of the community, investing in people here at the city who serve the community. And it's personnel costs, as we've already seen throughout the budget. That's what it is. Whether it's public safety or general non-public safety employees, it's personnel costs.
Yeah, I mean, there are two sides of the budget, right? There's costs, which are largely people in our case, and there's revenue, which we only have so much control over.
Right.
And people are critical, and there's only so much you can do by cutting costs on that side before you can't do it anymore, and you have to look at the other side.
And then we had so many years that we neglected the infrastructure of the city. That's going to be additional cost.
Sure. As we're seeing with Prop W, the pool was 30 years old. It was time, it needs to be fixed. So streets, stormwater stuff, that's all infrastructure related. Absolutely. Any further questions, thoughts? Taking up a lot of your time.
Stop, or is it?
No, it's just a pit stop.
There is much more to come.
I'm parched, so I'm gonna step aside and take it. Yes.
I'd like to do that quite yet. One of the things and thank you, I did send I didn't expect you to answer my question so quickly. I emailed you some questions, but one of the things that maybe I didn't understand, maybe is worth just explaining, is that one of the things I noticed is that the projected increase in property taxes wasn't the same across all funds. Could you just explain why that's the case?
Absolutely. And it's a great question. So going back to my earlier comment, there are four funds or items that the property taxes take care of: general funds, street funds, pension, and debt. In the debt funds, the Hancock Amendment does not cap or force you to change your income for debt reduction. So if you're looking at the revenue projections across the four expense classifications, the debt fund income is going to be significantly higher in terms of an increase than the other three, because that does not get pushed down by the Hancock Amendment or capped. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one more question, you mentioned a few slides ago that insurers are raising rates or pulling out of, or it's more difficult to find an insurer because in the Midwest.
Especially for municipalities.
Can you say a little more about why?
Well, what they're telling us is it's particularly related to property and the insurance thereof, and it has a lot to do with the increase in storms and hail damage and claims that have happened over particularly the last 5 or 6 years to those insurance companies, and the amount of money that they've had to pay out as it relates to that. Plus, there's more to the municipal side of things, and not the insurance just continues to increase. And I don't know if that's a figuring on their part that they know that we have to pay and we're a captive captive audience in that respect, or a lot of it though, with respect to the property, I'm told is just we have so much of it. Municipalities just have so much of it, it's hard to, the insurers don't want to cover it anymore. And we're not even sure that we're gonna, what we're gonna be able to do with respect to wind and hail
Yeah.
for this coming insurance year. So a lot of it has to do with the storms and just the general liability as it relates to all of that. So
Okay, thanks.
I'm
I
not
had
being,
seen.
I'm not being specific enough for you. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I had seen this, you see this trend in California with wildfires, Florida, because of climate change. And I guess I did not, I thought it was more focused on homeowners. And I wasn't very much aware that it also is going to impact municipalities as well. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Dr. Peoples.
Thank you. All right. So now that Gregory has us all cheery.
Could have gone to the Cardinals game.
I don't know if that's cheery or not. So, all right. Well, you've been introduced to the conversation. The stage is set. So I'm going to talk about my recommendations now, and then just quickly to recap this. And I know it's getting late, so I will be very quick. But as you know, we've got flat and or declining sales tax. We have a lot of challenges this year, but we are in a good place. Staff salary, we've talked about that quite a bit. And ERE, all of the associated expenses, and I know council is aware of this, but I think it's worth saying again, all of those other costs that go along, it's not just the straight salary. We always anticipate paying whatever the employee's salary is, about 50% of that to FICA, all of the other things that we have to pay. So it's double burdened, if you will. The pending police CBA, which we've discussed, police being either fully staffed or near fully staffed, increased healthcare cost, increased cost of goods, pension funding, which Mr. Donovan talked about. Within the last couple of meetings, we've had extensive discussions on the future of ECDC, and the future of that remains unknown. Will we need to find other options? Whether or not we stay in ECDC, the cost will increase. So that is something that we have to factor in as well. And then boards and commissions requests. So the council's seen the majority with the exception of the various business districts, and you all will see those in the upcoming meeting on May 6th. Gregory, take a load off. You can have a seat.
I can drive.
Okay.
Karen, you want to drive?
You want to score the game, Gregory?
Oh.
Thank you.
And we're
So for this slide, as council knows, I meet with you all to hear your priorities, discuss the upcoming budget year. I meet with the department directors many times as well. In previous budget years, I have slides to share kind of the internal priorities, and then I've had slides to share the council's priorities. This year, there's one slide. I think that speaks to the strategic plan. I think that we're aligning the primary priorities: investment in staff, stormwater master plan, and the comprehensive plan. And that's pretty much across the board. Of course, departments have personnel needs, which we've been talking about, and they also have equipment needs, which we'll talk about largely through the SIP program. I've got sustainability there in an asterisk, not because it's not as important as the others, because it came up in all of the conversations with council, but it wasn't necessarily at the forefront. I don't take that to mean that it's lost its luster. I think that also aligns with the strategic plan and that it's woven into the fabric of what we're doing daily. So compensation, my compensation recommendation is twofold in terms of market increases and COLA. As council knows, in FY21, we started our first comprehensive classification and compensation review. We made the commitment that we would continue doing that every 3-ish years. We updated that plan this year with the same consultant rather than embarking on an entirely new plan, but we got the results of that. What I have recommended and put in the budget is an average of a 4% increase for staff, our frontline staff primarily, that are in grades D through L. Now, again, that's an average of a 4% increase, and Mr. Donovan can correct me if I'm wrong, but what that equates to is that some staff may receive even 0.5% of a market adjustment, while others may receive as much as 5.5% of an adjustment. It really is specific and looks at the market. What is it paying? So not everybody receives it. And again, it is an average. And then, so the other piece of the recommendation is the 3% COLA for all non-unionized staff. And I would also take the time to remind council, as well as everybody watching, viewing, that the COLA, it's not a merit increase, it's not a raise. COLA simply is supposed to go along with consumer price index and help combat inflation. So then the other one, moving away from the compensation, is staying true to the conversations that we've had regarding the importance of retaining staff. And so this would be the same model of the retention stipend that was introduced last year. So I have put it within my budget this year. Those are one-time cost. That'll be a moving number depending on, if the staff census fluctuates. But at the point in time this was calculated, that'd be $186,000 in one-time cost. Are there any questions about that?
Just to be clear, so, and I think this is clear, but want to restate it.
Sure.
The increase in salary adjustments, the minimum anyone gets is 3%.
For the market adjustments?
For all, so you get a market adjustment. Let's say I've gotten a 3% market adjustment.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that then say for the cost of living adjustment for me?
So the minimum is 3%. The 3% COLA is recommended for all grades.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Regardless of adjustments.
Regardless of
Yeah.
adjustments. The adjustments are only for those grades D through L. And to be, fully transparent, there were market adjustments recommended for those other grades as well. However, those you start getting into the more salaried staff. So my recommendation, because budget is limited, is that we take care of our frontline staff, and that also those staff are the hardest to not only recruit, but to retain.
And I assume costs quite a lot to retrain.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So in FY26, our health insurance rates will increase by 6%. We were pleased as we could be with that. We were really anticipating a higher increase than that. We are always in the middle of the pack. As Mr. Donovan talked about, we belong to Slate. Slate provides increases in 3 different tranches, if you will. And so some of the municipalities in Slate, I believed, had increases as high as 10% this year. So that was ours. Now, to what Mr. Donovan was saying is we haven't received the other Slate numbers. So that is why there's the 10% budget in for the other types of insurance coverage he talked about, but we do know 6% for healthcare. The city offers 4 levels of insurance: single, employee and spouse, employee and child, and family coverage. Family coverage is the most expensive plan of the 4. You all also have that sitting in front of you, the various amounts for the different plans. Within the budget, as part of a recommendation, I've included an additional 3% of city coverage or contribution towards family coverage only. That would total $19,482. Again, that may fluctuate a bit just depending on who takes family care, but as of the time this was recommended, that 3% contribution would equal that $19,000 roughly. That would help make that coverage a lot more equitable for those members of our workforce. You can go ahead, please. Short of what you see within the budget, what the department directors will talk about, those were the only recommendations that I made there. Are there questions?
Will you just talk a little bit more about, because if I'm a resident, one of the things I might say is, well, why are we doing salary increases and these adjustments in the face of a budget deficit a recommended deficit in this budget? And I just want to give you a minute to
Yeah.
explain that rationale.
I appreciate that. And I think that's a fair question for residents to ask. And really, that's why I started with the explanation that these aren't raises. It's not merit, and perhaps that's debatable. But this COLA is that. It is to go along with CPI.
We have talked a lot about retention. It's been something that's been at the forefront for several years as we've dealt with pandemic, and then we've dealt with what I don't know all the different terms, quiet quitting, the great resignation, all of those things. Retention has improved, but we are still competing. And so part of the market adjustment, I know you asked about the COLA, but the market adjustment, regardless of COLA, is to be competitive within those grades for those positions. The COLA adjustment, why would we do that? To retain workforce, morale of our workforce as well. So there's a lot of different reasons. Again, I'm going to go back to recruitment. It will cost a lot more to recruit new staff than it does to pay the 3% COLA included. And it's the right thing to do.
And it kind of goes back to why we have a projected deficit anyway, right? The big projects, the stormwater management, the Prop W cash flow. So it's not just because like, oh, we're spending, like there are some concrete reasons for a big portion of that, which I think helps explain it also.
There are, and thank you. You know, and the 3% is, I struggled with that and we had conversations about it. You know, I would love to be able to recommend more. For me, I think 3% is the sweet spot. Talked with many of our sister cities, trying to figure out what are other people doing. It's always safe to be right there in the middle of the pack, and 3% seems to be in the middle of the pack. This communities, I will say, that are giving perhaps a larger COLA this year did not make the large investments that we have made in previous years.
They're just catching up.
They are just catching up. And that was good news about the compensation and classification study. We clearly still have some work to do, but one of the things that they specifically called out was because of the past 2 years of our COLA increases, we have kept up at better pace.
Dr. Peebles, can you, I didn't catch all of it in regards to the healthcare costs, and you were indicating the family cost, and your recommendations were what?
To contribute 3% more for the family plan only.
And I don't know if this is, disclosable, but can you, you know how many of our employees that receive healthcare have a family plan rather than any of the other 3 options?
I do. Just not right now.
All right, no worries. Is it?
You gotta wait for it.
Is it significant?
Mr. Donovan, I'm calling in a friend.
Yeah, I thought you said $19,000 would be the difference.
It is. It's
So
a
that-
small
that
amount.
doesn't suggest to me that that's a lot of.
The single healthcare plan is the one that most employees have. It's not very many with the family plan.
50% of our employees take the single coverage plan. So all the other 3 plans is
Covers the other.
the other
50%.
50% of our associates. And I want to say it's 15, maybe no more than 20 people elect the family plan. So if I may, it is from an equity standpoint. This year we're only covering 67% of the cost. Family plan, this brings it up to 70, more in line with coverage that we provide others.
With the so it's more in line percentage wise with the single.
With the other the other plans, yes.
I was gonna say the other 3 seem like reasonable costs compared to like the market. The family does seem high. So it's I'm glad-
expensive. Yeah, it's expensive. So I just, Dr. Peebles and I have discussed it a number of times, and we thought that at least doing that would provide a little more relief for in terms of the family plan costs. So
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
You know, one of the things that we hear when people exit, and this is somewhat anecdotal, but we know that whatever we call them stipends or bonuses, sign-on pay for people, especially within our trades. We've lost quite a few for that. One of the other exit things that we hear is the cost of our family insurance. Okay.
All right, I'm going to suggest
Great.
that we take a 5-minute break before we start going into the departmental budgets. That way, hopefully we can power on through those. So it is 8:47, so let's come back in 5 minutes,
Perfect.
please.
I know. Well, I went out on my own. Sometimes you just have to. All right, folks, we'll call ourselves back into order. And I believe, Mr. Donovan, are you going to start with this, or is the city Dr. Peoples?
Perfect. I'm gonna do it, but chances are I'll need a lifeline. So. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we ready? Yeah. Okay.
Nelson. So just a quick reminder about the strategic plan, and just because of time, I will not spend a lot of time on it, but you will find that the department budgets, as well as the executive budget that I will be presenting, is aligned with the strategic plan. And we've talked about the importance of that over the last couple of years, and will continue to improve. So included in the executive legislative budget is a lot. It's the city council budget, city clerk, boards and commissions budgets, executive, city manager. It's the human resources office, municipal court, finance, information technology, legal services, public affairs and engagement. It's our sustainability initiatives, business development, and insurance. So there is a lot that goes into this budget. So you can see there, and again, I will be brief, the FY26 over is about $555,000 over the FY25 amended. There's a lot of reasons for that, cost of goods, services, things that we've talked about. There's also some position transfers that we've discussed that are in there as well, and I think they're coming up on another slide. The other funds, some of our expenditures, you can see that there is a decrease of $83,275 there. Gregor, is there anything? I'm being speed racer. If you want to add to anything, you may. Keep on rolling unless we get a question. All right, so notable investments and changes. So we're going to hold the discussion for May 6th on the business district request. As I had shared in work session, we received those late. So those are all in the budget as requested. I didn't carve out any, didn't go back and speak with liaisons on that. So I'm looking forward to a robust discussion on that. And this also allows council to have some time to really dive into those requests. Other investments, we're continuing to invest in workplace culture. What does that mean? We've continued to invest in training. The last couple of years, we have been able to send people to a lot of training. We've also worked hard to bring training in-house. We've done some leadership development type things. Individual departments have been able to do things, have trainers come in, work with their teams. That's been really important, and prioritizing the employee experience. We know that our employees want to get better at their jobs. They want to learn new skills. They want to stay abreast of current practices, technologies. So we've really focused on that. As council knows, in information technology, because through council support, there was a position added mid-year, which also goes to supporting the 5-year plan. We are pretty behind in technology, but we have made some great strides, and this will continue to advance that. Within the budget that you saw on that second slide, there is an administrative assistant position included in that. There's also support. Some of that increase is support for our strategic innovations. Those are things we've all talked about. Online payment platforms that really gets to the customer experience, as well as helping how we do accounting and just ease of operations and creating efficiencies. Strategic goals dashboards. Mr. Davis presented on those within the last 3 or 4 council meetings, so we're advancing those, as well as advancing using Blue Dot and Magnet. We've really focused on Magnet. That's some training that you heard about recently as well. We're going to continue investing in that. The Magnet system is primarily used by the planning department, but it does spread across the organization.
Before we start on capital improvements in this section, because we're talking about everything in
all those things that you listed, right? Okay, I have a few questions on
Please,
these.
do you want to go back?
The line for human resources personnel costs, you're not going to find it on here. This is in the
Oh,
line item
I'm sorry.
budget. Is up pretty significantly, and I assume that's the position that was added this year, wasn't accounted for in last year's budget.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I was right about that. I noticed, and you mentioned training, and so I'd like you to just, if you could, elaborate a little bit more. The human resources training budget is up almost 400%. And so I just am curious, what are we hoping to accomplish with that increase in the training budget there?
Thank you. Looks like Mr. Donovan's pulling some of that up. Some of the training from the other departments have also been housed within that
Okay.
budget. And the human resources budget is used for a lot of trainings that happen in other departments. We've been investing in a lot of coaching between departmental teams. That is our leadership retreats, and some of that is also our employee recognition programs that we have started rolling out. Gregor, if you want to point me to the page number, if you want to.
So I don't have I don't know if my electronic copy from Thursday is the same. So it's,
Page 75 in the book,
Thank
actual
you.
books.
yeah, so it's 848 is the account number.
Dr. Peoples, so this year we treated we treated this human resources line as we treat other human resource account lines as more of an enterprise. So there's
Right.
on an enterprise level. So to the training aspect, instead of housing, for instance, some of the leadership trainings that are all staff members, management staff, instead of that being in maybe a particular department or at the executive, we put it into HR. So
Okay.
that's what the vast majority of that increase is. So that's not just for the 3 members of the HR department.
Well, I figured, and so I just wanted to hear a little
Yes.
bit more
So
about
that's
it.
Yeah, and I won't speak for everybody else, but I personally found some of the management trainings very helpful for me as opportunity to engage with and become better acquainted, as well as just build up camaraderie and also collaboration with my other fellow managers who certainly don't get to see every day. So it's been very helpful.
Thank you. That helps.
Could you talk a little bit about the new position and like general duties and how they fit into the organization?
Yeah, if you all have not met Annie, so she's our talent and workforce development coordinator, an overly long title. She has been fantastic. She's written, whether it's job aids for specific positions, have helped us workflow processes. She's meeting with individual teams and helping them hash out, I don't want to say issues because it's not necessarily that, but how do you plan for the work? What resources do you identify? She has a very specialized skill set and a degree in organizational development. So far, and she's been with us 4 months. Yeah, and she's already jumped in and accomplished quite a bit.
That's great.
It's been wonderful.
And how about the other new position that's budgeted for next year? The admin.
Yes, that would be supporting myself and we have 2 DCM positions. So myself, the 2 DCMs, that's not rolling off the tongue, and the finance director. And so your typical administrative support, which would help us with operations quite a bit.
Yes, I mean, I think there's some stuff maybe that's still manual that maybe I shouldn't say maybe they could help
Yes.
streamline and kind of modernize some of those processes as well as support the executive team.
Modernize processes, do some of the back burner projects that we have not been able to get to, some of that initial research as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Keep talking about. Is this conversation in regards to both the executive and legislative and finance administration budgets?
Yes.
Yes,
yes.
it's all rolled into.
So the first question, sorry, did I interrupt? So, okay, sorry.
No, I have some more, but you get to go first.
I wanted to talk about line 60 or account 601 under executive.
Sure.
Can you talk about why the increase, why we see an increase there so dramatically over the past 5 years, but particularly also from the 2025 estimated to the 2026 budget. This is on
Absolutely.
page 64.
So that includes, we would house the administrative coordinator or assistant role there. So that's a new add. And the role of the, as you all know, assistant city manager and finance director was split. That entire compensation, salary, et cetera, was housed in finance. And so that part goes up to, with Mr. Davis, to DCM and executive. So that's the primary source of that increase.
Gotcha.
So,
And then that would also then account for the 697 and 698 with the medical insurance and.
correct. So
FICA.
it pulls through all the 600s are all the personnel costs that pulls, comes with the whole package. So goes into the new space, that new space.
Gotcha. And then in regards to 601 under public affairs and engagement, page 80,
Mhm.
that is going up from 130 to 200. Can you explain that difference?
Sure, it accounts for having 3 full-time individuals. So we took, there had been 11 individuals that were previously budgeted in planning. So over the last 2 years, there's been some back and forth between the front desk and planning, give and take. Planning is giving back a role to the front desk. So we'll be back, we are back to having 2 people at the front desk. And those 2 roles, in terms of salary and benefits, all come under public affairs and engagement.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So in the same sort of trend here, if we look at the municipal court line, 601 salaries, this year is a little closer, or what you estimate to be the end of the fiscal year is a little closer to what's budgeted for next year. It seems to jump around a fair amount. Could you just help me understand what that is?
So Mayor, just so that I am clear, you're looking backwards towards like over the past actual amounts.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're at 132,000 roughly is the proposed, and we've been everywhere from
Yeah.
87 to whatever else.
So since I've been here, the current 2 staff members, Mr. Richmond and Ms. Davis, are the 4th and 5th individuals who have held those positions. So we've had several people come and go. And so part of that dip and 23 was vacancy.
Okay.
And then we felt during the hiring process when we hired Ms. Richmond that she had a great skill set and experience. And so we brought her in at a higher level at a court administrator role rather than simply a court clerk. And so she has increased compensation over previous individuals in that space.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gregory, can we talk about the revenue for a minute?
On the municipal court revenue?
No, well,
Oh,
that I
sorry.
know. I'm
Thought that was
definitely
what we were-
interested in that, just revenue in general. So our business license line account 420 on page 52.
Yeah.
The 2025 estimate is 250, but we're estimating 450 for 2026.
Yeah, well, because Mr. Donovan's going to be a little more attentive to it.
Say that
How about
again.
we put it that way. Mr. Donovan's going to be a little more attentive to it than maybe in the past years. We have a number of businesses that I need to have conversations with, and I will leave that conversation for another day.
That is wonderful. How about account 428 building permits?
Yeah.
It's going to decrease from 1.3 to 860.
It is. So that 1.3 jump is 500,000 for KVC. So it'll come back down to its kind of historical trend over the last several years. So
let's go to the fines then, because I think that's important. The parking fines, we're going to go up from 16 to 22.
sure.
Which we're going to
obviously
be fully
varies.
staffed, right? So that makes sense. And I think that, but why are the court fines going to go from 150 to 325?
Well, so the court fines are kind of all over the place. So I did some more research in that because it's an interesting number. And we've had years where since the change to show me courts, we've had years almost as high as 400, which I don't think are on here, maybe as high as 400,000, I think.
I think when I first got on council, it was almost 600,000.
Yeah, and actually in 2012, I think it was like 900,000, almost $1 million that we had in municipal court fines. So that has been trending down because of the changes in municipal courts a few years ago. And let me flip there so that I can speak to it more accurately instead of off of the top of my head. Thank you.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's fine. Because I'm in expenses section, not in revenue. Thank you, Dr. Peoples. Move it back. You'll see in last year we took in 343, so we had budgeted for this year 325. Right now, if we averaged out what we've taken in the last 9 months and extend that, we'll hit 150. That's just where it's been this current fiscal year. I will be very honest, I kept it the 325. That's what we did budgeted for this year. Budgeted the same, because if you go back just to 24, we were at 343. Year before that, we were at 258. And then 2022, we were at 326. So they're very unpredictable. It depends on citations issued, crimes committed, and different things like that in the city, and the decisions of the judge. And I am not at all able to speak about the decision the judge makes, because I'm not here on court nights in what he's made decisions regarding. So
No,
we did switch judges too in that time period.
yeah, but I mean, why is it so low this year? Do you know?
Partially, we were down a code enforcement officer for a period of time, were we not?
Enforcement officer.
You know, the one thing, I remember when we interviewed Judge Laird's, and he said he was amenable to appearing before us, and I think that it would be, advantageous if he could come and present one day and ask questions and everything, how the court's doing.
So I am supposed to meet with him soon, and I will make that invitation.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
I wish I had more detail. Apologize. on
Oh,
that
no,
one. So-
no apology necessary.
We've been discussing other ways to take in fine payments in court, and they've been slow discussions in terms of progressing, but a lot of courts will take payments on the spot, either through credit card, other things. And so we would really like to be able to get to that point, because there's a lot of people who show up in court prepared to pay their fine, and we're not ready to take it.
Oh, that's interesting.
So we are trying to move those conversations forward.
Why is that? Why are we unable to take their payment?
Currently, if I may,
Jump on in.
currently we have the two individuals, and they're both up here during court, and so they can only take cash. Actually, 2 court nights ago, we did start having one of those folks downstairs, court clerk, Ms. Davis, and it went really well because there were people here who had checks and cards that they were able to pay and resolve their ticket right away. So there's a host of inefficiencies that I'm working with, and Miss Richmond has just been great in her suggestions and how we can improve. And so we're a host of inefficiencies that we're working to address regarding that too. Also added a Spanish translator for court nights, because we have a lot of folks who come in and they're getting translated through a phone conversation with a loved one or friend to be able to communicate. And it's gone so much better. So.
Gotcha. Sorry, not to switch topics, but to switch topics. On page 66, the boards and commissions, the special events, account number 718. We're increasing from $2,150 to over $38,000. Is that a reconfiguration of where that money's coming from? Like, was it in a different place previous? Or are we planning a special party this year?
You give me, may I have the page number again, please, Councilman?
66, my apologies.
Thank you. So in the boards and commissions in the the summary,
Mhm.
yeah, that's, largely, that special event is largely the request of the Arts Commission.
So one of the things I'm going to ask for that, and you gave me the Old Orchard, but when we talk about these in May, the reserve amounts for the 3 different business districts?
Sure.
Because I know we have some significant requests from them, and I'd like to figure out what they have in reserve that they're not spending, that they're asking for from the general fund.
Absolutely.
Table that's been created has their cash reserve as well as any CDs they may hold.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question on one of Councilmember Franklin's on the page 64, that executive salaries again? We said it was the new admin assistant and then a portion of the deputy city manager's pay that was in finance that's moved over. But the change in finance and it still looks like there's maybe about 130 there that probably would cover for the admin assistant plus a little bit more. So I just didn't know if there was part of another role or something else that's going in to account for that change from 425 to 594 on 601.
One. Let's start with. Oh, there it is. Sorry.
I'm not.
I know it's not gonna be exact because we have pay raises
No.
and things like
That's
that as
okay.
well.
No, it's a great question. So, so I budgeted, the admin at around $65,000. So that's part of that, increase. Then you have,
The finance went down 36,000.
so finance went down, we took all of,
Oh, that's probably a net.
that's a
That's
net,
not just the DCM
correct.
portion.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
that's
net.
probably accounts for the other 65 or whatever. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just had to get my brain around it.
That's okay.
There's a lot.
Just telling Captain Prince there, I think there's over 2,900 lines in the budget. So
All right,
It's
capital
okay.
improvements. I'm the one who stopped us, so
That's all right. Yes,
I
ma'am.
think we can continue.
This will actually be very brief because,
Don't say those words.
well, I'm
just for this part. No, wait.
mean for all of it. Mr. Davis, welcome to the stage.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we've got a couple IT related capital improvements. The first one is the Microsoft Azure migration. Microsoft Azure is a site that houses all of our data. Instead of having physical servers in the basement, we're moving everything on the cloud servers through Microsoft. It gives us much better service and support. It does better cybersecurity for us. So we're looking to migrate a bunch of our platforms up there. It's a $90,000 for the year one, which is that migration portion of it. That'll come down to about 70,000 thereafter in future years. And that is probably $500,000 if we needed to buy our own servers again. So it's quite a savings on that one. The Tyler, and it is going to be coming out of the Special Initiatives Fund, so it's not really a capital improvement fund. The dollars are actually coming out of the Special Initiatives Fund since it's a one-time move over. The Tyler Cloud migration. Tyler is our finance software, houses all of our payroll, our accounts payable, accounts receivables, the budget book, everything comes out of Tyler. They no longer support local hosting of data. So they're pretty much forcing us to move on to their cloud. So that's a $55,000 one-time move. That also will come down in future years. It won't be that high. That's also a special initiatives. The help desk and ticketing system is not really even capital improvements, but I wanted to put it in here because it highlighted for you. It's really coming out of our operating budget for IT. That help desk right now, we don't have a centralized system when we have any technology issues. Folks can call a hotline number, leave a voicemail. They can email Steve or Jonathan. They text Steve and Jonathan. They catch Steve and Jonathan in the hallways, whatever it is. So this tracking ticketing system will allow them a one-stop shop. Put your request in. it'll track that request all the way through completion, how long it sits there before it gets fixed, what the fix is, how much it costs. If that same thing happens again, it'll start highlighting, hey, maybe we got a hardware issue, that's something that keeps blowing up and causing this. It's 15,000, but it's really only 9,000 because in that system we're getting remote desktop connection, which we already are paying for, and one other feature which I'm blanking on, and our patch management system. As we're already paying about $6,000 a year currently, so that'll be included in this 15,000. So those are the IT big ticket improvements. Not normal stuff.
Question.
Go ahead after you.
I'm glad to see you going up to the cloud. What type of backup software do these clouds, Microsoft and Tyler, have in case they go down?
They host it on multiple different platforms. Microsoft, I want to say, has 85 different server farms across the world. And so we may be located at a Seattle site is where our main hosting is, but then that's backed up to multiple other satellite services inside of their cloud.
Okay, good. So the help desk and ticketing system, who will monitor that?
It'll go to the IT department. So Steve and Jonathan and the new IT analysts will all have access to that.
And in the event there's a ticket that's been sitting there for 2 weeks, a week, whatever time,
That would be a problem.
so I'm sure somebody needs to monitor
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Steve will be the primary person that looks at that and then farm it out to Jonathan or the new staff that's coming in. And I'll also probably have access to look at that once we get it all set up as well.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Where are these three things in our budget book?
The 15,000 is in the operating budgets you just looked at under the administrative and legislative. IT is part of that.
Yeah.
Yep. That one's in there. And the Azure and the Tyler Cloud are both in the Special Initiatives Fund, which is fund number 40.
Is that still in the finance tab or is that a different tab?
Isn't it 41? Page 41.
It's Fund 40. That's what. It's probably in the finance section.
Page
I mean-
41 is on the
The top of my.
Mm. IT starts on the bottom of 77.
So if you go to page 87,
What page?
page 87 of your book.
Oh, I see. Special initiative.
Special initiatives. So
So
professional start, that's
that could be-
90,000, 55,000, and there's another cost associated with that. It's actually 61.5. That's the quote that I just got yesterday, so you wouldn't have known about it. So or this morning, actually. So that's what's going to cost.
And so then the
To move Tyler.
15 is back probably on page 78 somewhere.
Little
15 is just your normal IT budget.
It is a big budget. So one moment.
Maybe it's in with the maintenance contracts, 821.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a different IT question, which I asked last year and I'll ask again this year and I'll
Sure.
ask as long as I'm around. We right now, under capital improvements, have a 3-year cycle for replacement of computers. 3 to 5 is my understanding of the lifetime of a computer. Last year, the explanation was, well, we got to get out the whole cycle out because we were moving from leasing to owning. But the future capital improvement budget has that sort of same number. Do we anticipate ever doing this as needed or at a 4-year interval, or what's that look like?
So we actually are at a 4-year interval. We just finished the full rollout. So we've
Okay.
got 70 laptops and 48 desktop computers in the city. They're all basically on the same plan. They've all been updated one time. So we all have new computers within the last 3 years. So we're basically on a 4-year cycle. We have a 3-year warranty on the computers. The laptops are not fixable. There's no interchangeable parts. It's all hardwired and soldered into the motherboard. So when one of those goes down,
That's it.
it's it. Even when they're under warranty, we ship the whole thing back and they ship us a new. So the goal is, now that we've done the full rollout, that we would like to have 5 sitting on the shelf waiting.
Gotcha.
So that if your laptop craps out, we can immediately replace it that day with a new one. And then we'd order another one and keep it on the shelf. We're not wholesale changing them out on an anniversary date going forward.
Great.
Some of the desktops have actually lasted us 7 years. But we budget for that full quarter replacement because we could have 25 that blow up in 1 year.
Okay.
So we need to budget.
So
for
it's,
that.
you're sort of budgeting worst case scenario.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. All right, any other of this section, or do we call up our next victim now? He's the only one who brought a fan club with him.
I love the love. Are you able to? You need them. Well, while she's pulling that up, I will share just to community members, maybe have some still here, and online to our city staff, my peers, Dr. Peoples, council members, Madam Mayor. Just thank you for this opportunity as your fire chief to get to share part of our fire department story with you. And to my firefighters and captains and chiefs, thanks for being the elite force you are. And thanks for trusting me as your fire chief. It means the world. As we're getting set up here, this first slide, it's going to have a slogan on it. It says, "We can do anything together." And that's not just a visionary slogan that hasn't meant something prior to tonight. It's what we've been doing, and that we can do anything together is evident and supported by city council and mayor, because what we've been able to do and what we will continue to do is a tribute to your support and belief in what we're doing here as Webster Groves Fire Department. So just thank you for that. And I firmly believe that we can do anything together. We have been moving at a rapid pace as a fire department, and it's a testament to the resilience and grit of my folks, as well as the support from city council. So thank you for that. Okay. So we'll get into that very first slide, and I wanted to focus briefly on our values, our mission, and our vision. And so in shortly, our values are our belief system. This is what, across 3 shifts, we had over 150 words across 3 shifts, that this is what we came up with as our values. If you'll go back one, I'd appreciate it. And so clearly, this guides us every day. It guides us in how we take care and protect our community, how we're there for our people before, during, and after an incident, as we have a 2 community concept. We take care of each other so we can take care of you and our customers and citizens in Webster Groves. And so service, inclusivity, passion, progressiveness, and accountability, these are our belief system. I love our mission statement because it tells a very deep, rich history and story as we embrace beautiful traditions and carry them on and create new ones. And so it kind of gives me goosebumps to see black and white photos and our mission statement that supports that our firefighters have been proudly serving our community with commitment, compassion, courage, and care for over 100 years. And that's something pretty special. 3 years ago, I stood here, a little over 3 years as a new fire chief for you, and we talked about creating a destination fire department. So this is kind of the visionary side of it. And how our budget supports what we're doing and been doing and will do. So creating a destination fire department. This is the vision and goal. Where people come here, where we have the most trained, we have the most ready, we have the most fun, and we can't wait for people to come back and serve as firefighters here because they experience joy in the best job in the world. I'm a little biased, but I do believe it's the best job in the world next to being a dad. And so when we do this and we experience this joy here, we create a community. And we create community. That's both a noun and a verb. We create opportunities for our folks. We create elite leaders. We hire leaders. We grow leaders, promote leaders. And that's kind of our motto there. And then we create the experience, because that's what we must provide. I must provide for my firefighters and our officers. And then we repeat this process. And this is all funnels into creating this destination fire department. So again, thank you for your support over the last few years and continued support in our budget. Getting into any notable changes, which I'll stay consistent. You can slide, please. Number one, well, I guess I'll talk about numbers first, which Mr. Donovan put in for us. Specifically, you'll see quite a few capital requests in this year's budget. I'm really proud of our operating budget, knowing we got about 10% to run the fire department with. And we actually are doing even more with a little less that was proposed in this budget this year within our budget. So notable investments, always people number one, because as the council has been extremely supportive of our training budgets in the past, a trained workforce is a better prepared workforce, especially with some of our demographics of newer firefighters and paramedics. Our health and wellness of our firefighters is critical. So the support we've had in our NFPA 1582 physicals, as well as our behavioral health. When I look at those two bullet points, and based on how the budget supports that funnels into that service delivery at an even higher level, because we're taking care of our firefighters appropriately.
Before you go on, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope you don't mind.
Sure.
It was one of my questions. We talked a lot, and I think David and I maybe the most talked a lot with you about training last year.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
The increase in training that you requested and received. And I'm just curious, can you give us a couple of examples of what that meant in terms of what you were able to do over this last year? Because I know that level is continuing in this budget.
Yes, ma'am. Great question. So the bulk of our training budget is part of it funds our affiliation with our Central Core Training Division. So all of the cities that pretty much border us, minus Afton, we train with on a consistent, regular basis. We do our live fire with them because we're running so many calls with them with auto aid from fire and EMS. This specifically is for fire and rescue. It also encompasses command level training with an incident command structure that we use and verbiage. So we have so many spots that's already funded. The training budget also has trained our Swiftwater techs, which we consistently use, especially on our north side with some of the water events that have become evident, especially with Deer Creek. And so the bulk of that funds our live fire training, monthly training and drills. We have an entire training plan for the year with Central Core training, as well as our water techs. And then we have our own training within. So we train a lot. I mentioned to my folks a few years ago, be careful what you wish for, because you're going to get it, the training, and they're getting it. So really proud of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Service delivery, again, that's what we're all about. Excellence in service, and those two bullets support those. When we talk about progress, this budget will continue to address equipment replacement, especially equipment over 10 years. The goal is to have a true ready reserve fire truck. A couple reasons. One is that it decreases our downtime out of service. So if our frontline fire apparatus go in for preventive maintenance, new tires, or has a mechanical issue, the firefighters can just take their gear off, get on the reserve, get back in service. So it cuts down on that time, especially replacing that equipment older than 10 years. Progress, apparatus. We'll talk about apparatus and when we get to our capital discussion. So I'll kind of save that for that part. Our playbook. We have been creating our playbook to be intentional with the relational community, and our budget supports some new initiatives. As our community takes phenomenal care of us as firefighters, it's a reciprocal relationship. And with some community risk reduction, new initiatives to be out in the community more from an educative stance, and providing some home safety surveys as a new initiative. So I'm excited about that. But we've been creating a playbook, plans, programs, processes with a purpose, all very intentional. And this budget will continue to support that. What I've done, to be visual, I've taken the 6 goals that, strategic goals that you've set as a council, kind of gave an overview of how that connects to the fire department and our budget, with the initiatives that are in this budget in particular, and what budget areas that would come from, which would be our operating budget and capital expenses. And many of those initiatives in that budget support are attached to our tactics that we have. Thank you.
Chief, could I ask a question?
Please.
On that slide, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. I noticed in the Adopt Sustainable Practices column, you have adapt to fire service landscape shift. Can you say a little bit more about what that means exactly?
Sure. It's a little bit of a deeper dive. One of the things we must stay ahead of is the changing landscape of the types of fires that we are encountering, to include some of the EV fires, to include solar panels on rooftops. It changes some of our strategy and tactics on how we approach these calls. So we have to train our folks to in a different way to safely approach those.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
Chief, I just wanted to commend you. I think one of the most interesting things over your past 3 years that I've seen is your ability to connect with the community, and with the award ceremony and everything. It's great to see as a council member, people I don't see on a routine basis. So I appreciate you for doing that. And I think it's great for the community, and I hope it's good for your firefighters and EMS professionals. I didn't have a lot of questions about your budget itself. I did have one, though, that I wanted to ask about. Your gasoline and oil drops from 42 to 26. Do we have more efficient vehicles now?
Not so much efficient vehicles, because the fire trucks are guzzlers, right? About 5 miles a gallon. But we were going to North County training for part of our year. So that was a heavy lift on the fuel. Looking at our trending, it's been down this year tremendously. So year-end projections were quite a bit lower. It's a little bit of a moving target, but I felt more comfortable and confident that as we are running more calls, that's mostly with our ambulance. That's gotten busier, quite a bit busier actually. But the big chunk was not going to North County, since now we're with Central County, Central Core training for fire.
You know, the other thing, and we probably discuss this every year, and I know you're not requesting it, I don't think, an additional ambulance and staffing and everything. But can you give us an update as to where we stand on ambulance calls and in the progression of needing another ambulance?
Yeah, it's great. It's a great question. And we'll talk in capital about the ambulance options. We have seen it. So going back to 2021, we've had a 13% increase in call volume. I say that when we look at cities that are geographically larger with more population, we rival the Kirkwoods and the Aftons because of our call volume. In a 6 square mile area with 25,000 people, we are becoming busier fire department. So that increase has been substantial. When we're talking about this past year, we finished at 3,264 total emergency calls. And then out of that, 2,056 were medical alone. And when we mentioned the ambulance, which if you want, I can address it now or wait to capital.
Why don't you, if it works, just go ahead.
Okay. So when we're looking at the landscape of EMS is our bread and butter. These are really the calls where we make that difference every day. And so I have a few data points. As I mentioned to Dr. Peoples last year, we had discussed this at length, that I tracked for an entire year. And so here's a few data points. We have not only been running more calls, but our ambulance is busier than it ever has been. A data point that's critical for us to discuss is out of those 2,056 medical calls, we're putting almost 30,000 miles a year on our brand new 1.5-year-old ambulance that we waited almost 3 years to get. The landscape of medic units right now, if we go to build a brand new one, is 3 years, which is why I have an alternative option. And that's $450,000 to do that.
To build a new one?
To build a brand new one. But I came with another option for you. We'll talk about in a sec. One of the another data point is that we average just over 9 emergency calls every 24 hours in the city of Webster Groves. 5 of those 9 calls are ambulance calls. Some days are busier, some days are slower. But the critical data point is that from the time our medic unit gets a call, gets on the truck, responds to the call, follows protocol, provides life-saving interventions or interventions for our patients, loads the patient, transports to a hospital that's appropriate for the need of the patient, then transfers care to the ER, and then gets back to the city is 1 hour and 41 minutes. So in a 24-hour period, it's about 8 hours that our primary only ambulance is out of the city. This is where we are relying heavily on auto aid. This is where we are receiving those ambulances from the cities around us. So operationally, this is a challenge, right? Because although we have life-saving firefighters and paramedics on our apparatus, on our fire trucks, some of our patients, we call load and go. So we get there, the firefighters on the fire truck are going to provide those same skills and those interventions, but we got to get that patient to the hospital as quickly as possible. So we load the patient up, got to get there. Whenever we get auto aid ambulances, it could add anywhere from 4 to 10 minutes to that transport, because now we're relying on an out-of-city medic unit. Also, for the city departments around us, other than Kirkwood and Afton, we're depleting other cities like Shrewsbury, Brentwood, of their only medic unit. From a revenue standpoint, so that's the operational lab, which is number 1 for
So
me.
before you go past operational, I'll tell you one of my biggest frustrations about this conversation is that I think it was when you did your first annual report. Not that I don't believe your statistics, I absolutely do, but you've changed the reporting of the statistics to give us one line of number of calls instead of we used to get a table of all the different kinds of calls. And I don't know why that happened. And for me, at least, in thinking about this and understanding this, it's really hard to do that if I can't see the overtime,
Are you referencing the annual report?
the annual report, because that's the only place that I've ever been able to access that level of data before.
I have an 8-page document that I put together that I can send Dr. Peoples and she can send it to you. That would break down what you're asking.
Sure, that'd be great. I'd love to see.
Yeah, I have many data points within that document.
Again, it's not that I don't believe your statistic, it's just the reporting that I could see changed.
Correct. So I'll send it to Dr. Peoples. She can.
Thank
forward
you.
it
I
on.
appreciate that.
Yeah. So another data point outside that 8 hour out of 24 hours that we were relying on auto aid is that last year we had, out of our total 2,056 EMS runs, 14% were auto aid. So 276 calls. 98 of those, an ambulance came into our city and was no transport. But 178 times another ambulance, another city transported a patient. So I talked about operations, which is number 1, but the revenue side, we're not in it to make money. We cost money, but we do have revenue streams in our EMS billing. And so depending on the level of emergency of medical call, that's $150,000 to $200,000 of lost revenue because we didn't do the transport, the treatment and transport. So whenever we bill, our billing company goes back and recoups some amount of money for us. So there is an offsetting of the cost that it costs us. And so another medic unit in service every day would not only prolong the life of our primary medic unit, it would also bring in increased revenue because we're running our own calls.
But that revenue is not going to offset entirely the 6 additional staff that would be required.
So in the operating budget, I don't have any staff in the budget this year. What I have.
I know you don't, but you're talking about this as a future. And at this point, are you projecting that would offset the cost?
I'm not projecting that we would bring in $750,000 to fully fund 6 firefighter paramedics. Mr. Donovan could help me with that number. But as far as the medic unit itself, I have an option in capital that was almost a wash for another ambulance. Because the reoccurring cost, of course, is the personnel.
Wash, I don't understand what that means. I
Yeah.
mean, I say you're referring to the chassis replacement?
Yes.
Yeah.
A chassis remount replacement.
That's
So-
that's 100,000, right?
No, that's 3. The 100's the
So-
pumper, right?
Oh, the 100's
What-
the pumper.
The trend has shifted where you can re-chassis remount a current box that you have. So we have 2 medic unit reserves. We would take our oldest 2009 chassis, we would take the box off, and we would marry it to a new chassis. The wait time is 1 year from a time of order, and it's $300,000. A new ambulance is $450,000. So there's technically $150,000 savings over time. Plus, when there's staffing, then you're recouping that lost revenue for the auto aid that we rely on.
So is there a way to do like a hybrid where you have another ambulance in service? And if the primary is at MOBAP dropping somebody off, you've got another ambulance that could go out on a call, but that it's staffed by people who are already on service for that round?
It wouldn't work with our staffing model because we would be taking a fire truck out of service at that point, and I would not endorse that.
You're,
Not to mention, we have to maintain 2 frontline suppression apparatus in our CBA.
so you would have, so right now we have like a fire truck and an ambulance.
We have an engine at House 1, and we have a ladder truck at House 2. We have the medic unit at House 1 and the battalion chief on duty.
So it wouldn't be okay or comfortable to take one of the 2 fire apparatus out and have the ambulance instead.
Chief, I think you said 14% were aid in terms of medical
Receipt.
unit.
Mhm.
Is that, I assume in your statistics you're gonna send me that over time is tracked as well. Has that changed much?
It's been pretty steady, except it's pretty much been double what we give. So we're relying on other departments twice as much as they rely on us from an EMS standpoint.
I guess as the devil's advocate, I would say a lot of them are relying on us if they ever need a ladder truck, because most of them don't have them. I mean, is it fair to just say only medic, or am I making a bad comparison when I say that?
I think when we look at the calls we make, the biggest difference on each day is on those medical
Okay.
calls.
That's fair.
Because as we need to get life-saving people for that EMS call, and we're running, twice the number of medical calls
Right.
than we are fire calls.
Thank you.
Last meeting, we were talking about the ECDC and like the changing, like staffing and everything. So, I mean, can your data points show, and I know that this, obviously you can never predict an emergency, but could your data points show, like if we only run an additional ambulance for only half the day, and which half of the day we should run it? In other words, instead of staffing
Sure.
6 additional for the entire 24 hours, can we start slow if we see that progression?
Yeah, so you're describing what they call like a peak unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the short answer is yes, there's a report I can run that shows our call volume, although obviously it fluctuates.
Yeah.
But that is what you're describing as a peak unit.
And do other fire departments throughout the country do something like that where?
Throughout the country, yes, but one thing about St. Louis County that I've learned in a short time is that there's a medic unit at every house. So when you have 2 houses, you have 2. When you have 3, you have 3. Anytime they opened a new firehouse, there was a medic unit because EMS is our highest call volume.
Yeah. I guess what I mean, do you see, I get that the lost revenue of 150 to 200 on the 178 mutual aid calls, but is there an avenue for us to pick up other mutual aid calls to increase our revenue even more?
Yes, because we could be called out for another call, so we're billing those other cities.
And do we bill those other cities at a higher rate than our own citizens?
It's all the same.
Right.
Is there any grant support for not the staffing, but the equipment needs?
For some equipment that would go on the ambulance, monitors, which we received a grant a few years ago on our current monitors, but not for the truck itself. That's very difficult to get.
Yeah, any support like that would help, right?
I'm sorry.
Any grant support like that would help, offset.
Yes, I mean,
proposals.
Chief Boehner and I work diligently with our AFG grant, wanting to also we had two EMS items that were in that grant. It just didn't make the cut for submission.
Do you have other capital improvements that we haven't already covered?
I do. If you have a dance, I appreciate it. So the first one, and then we'll get to the second one is ambulance EMS stuff. So I want to applaud Captain Mueller, who's back there. He puts together a great budget for us for our firefighter gear. This year's a little different approach. We have a replacement schedule for our cancer initiatives to keep people in new gear every 5 years. And then they have a second set that's reserved for 5 years. And so at the 10-year mark, we retire that gear. Part of this also is looking at trending that we're hiring 2 to 3 people a year. And so we're on a schedule for those who need based on the year of their gear to be replaced. So we worked in 3 sets of gear because of trending and that 57,250 number. So we don't have to hire 3 people, then there's money that would be unused. That equipment, we leapfrog hose and equipment. So that 30,000 in our capital continues to work toward our ready reserve. A big ticket item that we need to replace this next year are our thermal imaging cameras, as they're well over 5 years. And we use these, it's always looking for heat, but we can see people on the ground who are unconscious in a fire. We can see electricity in the wall. We can see fire in the ceiling. So these cameras really help us actually prevent doing more damage to someone's house to find fire. Okay. So this was the chassis remount for 300,000. Again, a brand new 2 to 3 years, 450. This is 1 year and 300,000. The equipment, and I share with Mr. Donovan, until the truck's here, we don't need the equipment. So if this was approved in our capital to re-chassis, remount a med unit, then we can move that gear, the EMS equipment to the next budget year if needed, just because it takes a year to get the truck. And then one other key point on the re-chassis remount, at the rate we're putting miles on our primary truck at almost 30,000 a year, our two reserve medic units, which I'm glad we have, when we talk about slate and the cost of deductibles for apparatus and ambulances, it's high. And having a healthier fleet allows us to not have to consider borrowing other apparatus. But our reserve medic units have 155,000 miles on 164,000-ish. And those are high miles on any vehicle, much less a vehicle that we were doing CPR on somebody in the back. So just putting it out there that this plan, knowing it's 2 to 3 years to build one, is optimal. And we would have to have this conversation regardless in the next year to 2 years to replace the ambulance we just received. If we were going to build a brand new, I would re-chassis remounts. That's the wave of the future. It's more affordable and you get it trucked sooner.
Where's this picture taken?
That's up at the plant where it was
Pretty
built.
cool.
Yeah.
Do you know I have mountains?
Yeah.
So I know because I went in and saw the demonstration, I don't know what it's called, the lift system to assist putting people into the ambulance. Do our reserves have those?
No.
Okay.
Just our primary medic unit does. Any
All
other?
right. Any other questions for Chief Ellis?
I got a couple more slides.
Oh, you do? I'm sorry.
do.
I didn't
I'm
realize
just getting
there's
tuned
more
up.
capital improvement. I apologize.
Appreciate council's support for our Swiftwater Tech gear. This is $1,800 per set. This has been our special ops initiative to take care of and support Webster Groves. We are literally kind of on an island, knowing how Manchester is impacted and Brentwood and Maplewood are on the other side. So our plan is to train 5 to 6 more Swiftwater techs this next year. And then this also supports the gear they need. A Cascade air unit. This is,
Can I ask about this
Yes.
Swiftwater Tech? If I am here for a year and I get trained and I get my own Swiftwater Tech gear and I leave, can my Swiftwater Tech gear go to another?
It's a great question. So these suits fit different than firefighter gear. Firefighter gear is very custom to your size and fit. We have these sizes are a little more universal. And so the short answer is we can use the suit, then we just buy gloves and boots for the next person. So we actually have a couple suits now that we'll train 2 to 3 more Swiftwater techs. So the training budget supports that, but we already have gear. This is for 4 new people.
Which would bring us to how many that are trained?
Right now we have 9. So the goal is to be at 15. That's almost 50% of our front line. That gives us 5 per shift. And just so you know, when the water event's coming, we have that heads up, which with rain and water, it's not quite as, we don't have quite as much notice as like the snow and the ice. But the immediacy of getting that Swiftwater team ready to deploy, our battalions and myself will go check out the creeks in our city that border us, and we'll watch that rate of rise and the speed. But at that moment, we have people on duty that can go to the water rescue, and we work to backfill those positions on the trucks. So we're not taking trucks out of service. The Cascade Air Unit, the one we have was from a grant over 20 years ago at House One. And the company's no longer in business. We can't get replacement parts. We can't fix it. And so this is necessary to refill our SCBA bottles, the air packs on the fire trucks. So after a fire, we get back in service quickly once we decon all of our gear. And so this will go at House 2. And then here's my last capital slide. And I'll actually start right to left on this one. It's an initiative over the next 3 years at $8,000 a year to provide some tactical medic gear. And working with Chief Aceves and PD, we know that if we have an incident in our city where we have to get our paramedics to people at a mass casualty event or an event that occurs, we've got to have police as our cover. And so they protect our medics so they can move to go apply tourniquets and life-saving care. And so over a 3-year period, it would be 12 sets of gear for each riding position on duty to have that. We're also at a point where our bulletproof vests are aging out. And this would also kind of that would allow us to provide new vests for our people, as well as additional helmets and trauma gear.
8,500.
That's 4 sets.
4 sets.
Miss Hannah Jones put it together for us. So I trust her. She's a superstar. So it'd be 24,000 over 3 years. A lot of the departments around us already have this gear. So when we go train with Central Corps, we can't train to the level that they are because we don't have the gear to train with. So it's one of our challenges. The last capital request is an engine, a pumper. And we are at a point where our reserve it's been a great truck, but it's over 21 years old. It's worth $5,000 to $10,000. And we just spent $4,000 on a new manifold on it just a couple months ago. Set of tires is $5,000. So those 2 numbers alone, we're fixing a truck repeatedly that is over 21 years old. When I put together a 13-year apparatus replacement plan last year, there's suggestions and recommendations in there based on the landscape of apparatus and ambulances. This will get us healthy as our fleet. When we look at the fire trucks, because right now we're looking at 2 to 3 years from order to delivery for a fire apparatus. Every quarter, it goes up 7 to 12% in cost. And so to order a brand new pumper today with equipment is $1.3 million. That's the landscape with 2 to 3 year wait times. So what I'm asking for is a $100,000 deposit that locks in the price of the truck upon approval and commitment. Then we build a fire truck. Our truck committee builds an engine. And then depending on the vendor, there's some different plans or models where it could be 2 years, it could be 3 years, but I've put in the budget that we would pay the remaining balance upon delivery, which would be the 1.2, but it locks in the price today. The plan would be upon arrival, 2 to 3 years, it still puts our reserve now at 24-ish years. Our primary engine right now would move to our primary reserve and would be about 10 years old. And that buys us some time of health for for our primary reserve to be at the 10-year mark upon receiving the new engine.
Can you talk to me like I'm pretty dumb? Explain to me, so first, how old's our ladder truck? Emerson's laughing.
Yeah, we got that in 2020. Well, we received it in 2023. We ordered it in 2022.
Ladder's 2023. Okay, and what's our pumper at?
A pumper is 2016. And some of this is NFPA standard. Well, a lot of it is that they say front engines can be frontline for 10, reserve for 5 is the recommendation. Ladders are frontline for 15, reserve for 5. So you get 15 and 20 out of a engine and a ladder truck.
I mean, does that
Is
account for
recommended.
mileage? Like, I mean, that data, is that our recommendation based off of mileage on a truck, or what's that based off
Yeah,
of?
look, it's really based on hours and use. So mileage does contribute, but trucks sit idle on scene, so it's on. So the hours of it are increasing as well.
And does training account for mileage of use or for hours of use?
Yes, anytime it's turned on and pulled out of the house, that accounts for time and miles.
So, I mean, I understand the purpose, and this isn't me discounting the training, but the additional hours, the additional training we do is now counting, or is going against our hours of use on a truck.
Okay, say that again for me.
So the additional training that we're now providing is going against our hours of use on the truck that we get out of it.
We're actually training even more just because we have so many new firefighters.
Yeah.
So I see it as totally separate issues. I think what we're looking at our maintenance costs are increasing. We're going to be probably 10,000 over budget this year by the end for maintenance.
Do we have maintenance costs for the ladder truck?
It's very minimal. And then we have a warranty on the engine itself. And then we actually got an additional 2 years that I worked with Cummins CEO to get that for us for no cost. So we have minimal cost to it because we just have general maintenance.
So the majority of our maintenance is going to the 21-year-old reserve.
Yes. And
how often is that reserve used?
Yeah, so it's used a little bit less, but account for about 20% of our year we're in the reserve.
20%.
Between 20 and 25%, because anytime a truck goes in for preventive maintenance checks, we're in the reserve. Anytime we get new tires, which happens once a year for each truck. When we have a mechanical alarm that goes off, we navigate it for about a half hour. We call our vendors. We have a computer a plug into computer to identify what the issue could be. But we don't want to be out of the truck and out of service, so we get in the reserve. That way we're ready to respond for our call.
I guess what I'm, maybe this is just me being, naive, but I mean, effectively, it seems like every 4 years you'll come back to us for a new truck.
The way the apparatus replacement plan is at the 8-year mark, it's recommended to move the frontline engine to a reserve for the next 6 years. And at the 12-year mark, the ladder would be moved to a reserve or you sell it because it's taking 2 to 3 years to get a new apparatus.
Yeah.
But isn't part of our problem, now I'm getting myself confused in all this discussion, but didn't we have a truck that should have lasted longer that we ended up spending a whole lot of maintenance on
That was the old ladder truck that we
okay, so
sold for
that's thrown
$300,000.
the schedule off to some degree.
Gotcha.
From what the 8 years you're talking about to the.
This will get us healthy for quite a period of time. So, I mean, that means this frontline engine we have now goes to reserve at about the 9 to 10 year mark upon.
The 2016 goes to reserve.
Yes.
All right.
So then we can get 4 to 5 years of good life out of that because then that hits the 15-year mark. And then we have, at that time, our ladder is 5 years old and our engine is brand new. So it gets us healthier sooner as opposed to just the phrase of kicking the can down. And this is kind of where we are. And unfortunately, it used to where you could build and order a truck and get it in a year. And 1.3 would get you 2 engines, and that's only 10 years ago, and that's not the landscape anymore. But 100,000 locks in the price and then affords us to navigate the next 2 to 3 years to pay the difference upon arrival.
Right, is that the end of?
That is the end of my capital.
Okay, no, because I spoke out of turn before, I didn't mean that in any derisive way
fine.
whatsoever. I just didn't want to mess it up again.
No, no messing up. Any other questions? I can,
Can I ask one more question? Sorry. On the ambulance, on the 300,000, if we don't approve new staffing to go with it, do we still need that 300,000 investment this year? Or is it only really useful if you also have the staff to staff it?
so it's a great question. I'll give you the short version. Yes, approve it, because our reserve medic units have 150 to 165,000 miles on them, which we are in more than we are in our reserve truck, fire truck. The people is ideal, which is why they're not in this budget, because there's no reason to put it in this year until the truck, we know we're going to take possession of the re-chassis truck. So next year you would see that personnel in the budget. So that way we're staffing a medic unit at both houses specifically to offset the wear and tear on the primary unit that lasts longer, but we're also providing improved and increased service of our own Webster Groves ambulances on our medical calls, not
Yeah,
relying on
I
operators.
get that. I don't know. I think it's a hard sell for another crew. But if we need the vehicle to improve our reserve fleet, I understand that logic. I just don't want to commit to something on the contingency that's only useful if something gets approved next year too.
Well, and obviously if I was expecting the commitment to personnel, I would have had it in the budget. It's not in there. We're focusing on the landscape of the apparatus and how complex it is for delivery, wait times, and cost. But it still gets us healthier. And then next year, I'll be talking about 6 paramedics.
I know. But in the meantime, this would be a useful apparatus to have replacing our.
100%.
Chief, what was the time frame of replacing the medic?
For a re-chassis remount is 1 year.
1 year.
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like you're gonna come to us next year for the additional OA. So how, and I this is a conversation for next year, but just so we can get the conversation started now. How do we square that away? You just saw the pie charts and everything. I mean, how do we pay for it? I mean, I just don't know. I mean, and I know that's something we can figure out over the next year. I just don't see how we do it.
Yeah, I would, as far as revenue streams or new ones, I would default to Mr. Donovan and Dr. Peoples on that one. I would say that as we're running more of our calls, we at least, I mean, public safety isn't in place to make money, but we at least can increase some revenue based on EMS billing.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean,
David, I'm going to ask you, since this is a next year conversation and
yes,
the hour is pretty late, that we let the chief go. And I mean, obviously, and we don't have to wait until next year to talk about this. We could talk about them before the budget cycle if we need to. I just feel like we're keeping everybody here past midnight already. It appears.
I like esoteric talking.
And I do, well, last thing I'll say, besides saying thank you, is that I think last year, Dr. Peoples had brought this up as well while I was standing here about the medic unit and personnel. And that we started the discussion last year. So this is just next phase. And then that way there's no surprises. So.
I will just also, one thing that I wanted to thank you and all the other members of the fire department is, you know, one of the things that was so unpredictable for us for so long was to understand the overtime part of this. And I think it helps the budget process, whether it's the CBA, whether it's behavior or a little bit of both. I do want to say thank you for the greater predictability in that. It does help us understand what we're doing and what we're spending in the fire department.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you.
Chief, I hope you let your friends go home now.
They're on duty. What if they get a call? They go
Or go to bed. Go
Actually,
to
they
bed.
probably need to go eat again. Is what they need.
So close.
If you have leftovers, we'll still be here.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. All right. I believe next on our is the other
Mr.
chief.
Leibson. No,
No.
Planning.
Oh, we're, okay, this is a different
We're
order.
mixing it up.
Okay. Director of Planning, Leapson, hello.
Hello. I don't have any
Is
$500,000 or $1.2 million vehicles. So I, all right, let me get squared away here. And just want to thank you all for this opportunity. And this will be the first of many and over the next few years. So I want to start with talking about the department itself. I mean, it's a transition year. As you well know, we've gone through several staff, including my position twice. And the budget, as you'll see in the numbers, reflects that. But I want to talk a little bit about where things are going. So if we could go to this alignment with the strategic plan. So thank you. Before we talk about the numbers, we'll talk a little bit about where we're going. And I'd just like to say that, frankly, I think planning is the best job in the world.
There's no fighting on that.
So, one of the comments that was made was talking about workplace culture. And you see in the various columns of the strategic plan, we talk about training budget, providing incentives for certification and training in floodplain management, implementing and improving processes online and staff-wise. And there's a lot of training that's going to go into that, and that's reflected in the budget. And that's the part of what we've been trying to do going forward with this department. I mean, there's three things that I have been trying to stress, working with my staff, having fun, communication and training. We have several different training proposals, including customer service and communications, floodplain administration, planning and zoning, department cross-training. And I won't go into the nitty-gritty details of all of this, but code and inspection training. So basically trying to create a positive environment in the department and really give them the sense that they have a hand in their own future and the future of the department, to build a solid team that's excited to be, well, to use the chief's words, excited to be at work every day. So I wanted to hit that before going into the budget to give it a context. So if we could go back to the budget page. As you can see, the budget has between the amended budget for last year and the budget estimate, and then this year has gone down. That's for two reasons. First and foremost, the other fund appropriations, that's accounting for demolitions, and that number has shrunk over the coming year. And then staffing has gone down. We had a second permit tech position in the budget. We've proposed to take that away. And so you can see that between coming year's proposed budget and the previous year's budget, we've significantly reduced in revenue in proposed expenses. And within that, we could go to the
Mr. Lipson, if you wouldn't mind just a second, if you'd hold there. I want to make it clear, because I know that position was of interest last year to council, is that it is just moved to the front desk. And so therefore that position is in the customer service budget, which falls under public affairs. The position's not lost or gone, but this will help us staff that front desk. And there's a lot of traffic there. They intercept planning questions. So I did want you all to think that the position went away. It's really a wash between the budgets.
Gotcha.
Starting Monday, the 21st, the front desk will resume being open over the lunch hour because we will have 2 people there again. So we're hoping we can be, again, the customer experience.
So what's then with the additional more than $100,000 in salaries for planning and development?
Please, go ahead.
What's Emily's title?
Administrative coordinator.
Administrative coordinator, the new code enforcement officers. So what we had this, the department was down 3 or 4 people at January of this year, and we've built it back up, and we're at full staffing now. And I want to say, even though I wasn't here at the time, I know that that's a significant commitment, financial commitment to the department. And I just want to acknowledge and express my appreciation to the council for doing that, because that I see every day how intense the amount of work they're doing. And as you know, I was here 25 years ago, but I was just a line staff. I did not see just all that went into what the department does every day, and that I see now. And so that's a significant commitment, and I appreciate and acknowledge your willingness to do that.
Seems like you just do what you gotta do, though. I mean,
Well,
right?
yeah, but I mean, that's
You can't cut back on.
no, but it's you got being willing to put the marker down and say, yeah, we've got to do it. And especially with the way things were going. I mean, we've got a planning report. It's drafted as far as the permits and inspections over this last few months compared to the same period 12 months ago. And, we're reviewing that, and we're going to get that to you. But one of the things I can tell you as a teaser is that, in January of 2025, the bottom dropped out. And that was clearly because of the staffing, the turnover and the reduction in staff. And we're not where we were, but we're definitely headed in the right direction. And, I'm going to make sure that I and the staff do our level best to make sure that we're where we need to be. And so, that gets back to the training and equipment. And, there really isn't a whole lot of additional expense built into this budget, with the exception of the 2 demolitions that we've proposed. But if you have it, that's really all that I have to present. So I'll be happy to take any questions at this point.
So one of the things that I think we all are anticipating is the delivery of our comprehensive plan. And there isn't really much in here, or if anything in here, to do anything in terms of implementation. Is that because we don't necessarily need to spend money to start implementing? Is it because you're not quite sure what we should anticipate? What?
No, the former is the answer. I have been involved with several comp plans over my career. And so I have a pretty good handle on what the department will need to do once the plan is finalized and approved.
Okay.
So there isn't a whole lot of financial expense above and beyond staffing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can you talk more about like online ticketing or permitting and going kind of modernizing that process a little bit?
Yes, I can. In fact, where we are at right now, I'll take one piece of that, which is called MEP, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And the goal is to get all of that online as far as just being for customers to be able to type it in, put in a credit card, and they're done. They don't even have to come into the office. Where we are at with that is we need to, this is going to get a little into the weeds, and I apologize, but what they need is time blocks for inspectors so that they can say, okay, when you apply for your permit, pick these time blocks. So they need to know, do we need a half hour segments or an hour or whatever, and how many during the day? And we're putting that together. So once that's done, it can go live.
Oh, great. So we already have the technology. It's just building the schedules, basically.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Other questions?
The demolition, is that for the flood plain or the flood acquired, damaged homes?
Well, it could be. I mean, we are anticipating the possibility. So it's the ones that were flooded in the most recent event, those are in process, so those are recovered, so they're not existing. We're assuming that there will either be new homes that are new flood damaged properties, because
Talking about the.
So we're talking about future possibilities.
yeah, I'm talking about future possibility.
Okay.
That unfortunately floods are going to keep happening. So and there may be
Other homes,
I'm sorry.
that's $90,000 for demolition?
It actually should be 60.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, because
Sorry, I'm not
The
seeing,
2025 estimates are you talking about?
I see 90 in 2025, but I don't
0 for 26.
see anything for 26.
oh, okay.
So I believe we ended up removing it from the 26 budget because if there's a demolition need, we would come to council with a budget amendment.
Okay.
How much money's left in the money that we appropriated for the buyouts?
200,000-ish?
Do we have any more buyouts left?
No, we have completed the buyout process. We are waiting, I believe in, Mr. Leibson, I don't mean to step on your toes. You can probably answer this.
We are working on, we're finishing up the closing out of one, which is 844 Pacific. We have one more after that, and I forget the address. And that's it.
When you say closing out, we have one more demo, but the buyouts are completely done. We've
Yes.
Closed on both of the buyouts.
Yes.
So what will we do with the extra 200K?
Well, council, we have some budget amendments to talk about.
Well, also that, like last year, we put that in aside.
Yeah.
Climate Resilience Fund.
Yeah.
This is the climate resilience fund that we're referring
Yeah.
to.
That's what I was assuming, yes.
And it sounded, which was the new in 25 or 25 budget, special initiatives fund. We changed that name.
No, they're two separate funds.
Okay. Okay.
So in other words, you're saying, sorry, when you say budget amendment, you're talking about budget amendment for this budget, not the 2025. All right, so in other words, if I wanted to, I could take that $200,000 that's remaining and put it towards whatever in the current budget.
That's correct.
Where would I find that $200,000 in this budget?
Mr. Donovan.
So the resolution you passed all last year was that whatever is remaining is supposed to then be transferred to the Climate Resilience Fund. So out of the Special Initiatives Fund. So right now.
Out of the special, so the Climate Resiliency Fund will be formed at the end of this fiscal year with whatever's remaining.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So, and that transfer specifically is not in the budget because I don't know what the amount is going to be at the end of the day, although I'm anticipating it's going to be close to that.
Gotcha.
About 200.
All right.
And when we say that amount is transferred, that's not the entirety of the Special Initiatives Fund. That's just what was set aside for the buyouts potentially.
Correct. So you allocated $500,000 for flood buyouts and demolitions. Believe there was an extra demolition added to that in
Yeah.
circumstances. Whatever's left of that, you have already passed a resolution for that to be the seed funding for the climate resilience fund. So that is the current plan with that money.
And is the $60,000 for the 2 property demolitions on this? Is that from the CRF, the Climate Resilience Fund?
I need to speak to that. It was proposed that we budget for possible other demolitions because in the past, we have not budgeted
Correct.
for demolitions.
Yeah.
So that is what he is referring to.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
So if I can just go back to one of my original questions, is the 4 homes that we did not buy out, but we offered assistance to demolish those. What's the status of those 4 homes?
I will have to look in.
All 4 of those homes are complete except for one, to my knowledge.
Okay.
That one is waiting demolition. So. but
And
they-
there's one buyout home that's still awaiting
No,
demolition.
yes, one buyout
Yeah.
home that's also awaiting demolition.
Wasn't one
Just
of the
close.
purchased though and not to be demolished, or they all are we are demolishing the one that was sold too?
Oh, boy.
No, that one wasn't part of the,
Part of the 6?
no, I don't think it,
How about Elliot and I will
Yeah.
regroup tomorrow? Because I was pretty confident in my answer, but I
I
want to
thought
look at
one
the
of
address.
one of the 4 that we weren't purchasing, but had offered to demo. I thought one of the 4 had been purchased.
So
by
of the
someone else.
4 that we did not buy out, that we said we would do the demo for and waive fees, of the 4, 2 of those have changed hands.
2 of
And
them.
there's been back and
But
forth
still
regarding,
demoed.
still wanted to demo, so.
Got it. Okay.
But we'll still, I'll put something in my Friday updates, but we are on the tail end of all of those, that I can say.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Yep.
You said that the homes that we offered to demolish, they changed hands
Oh, yeah.
to whom?
Yes.
Yeah, but are we paying for the demolition of homes for a developer?
So they're not developers. I cannot speak to why people purchase the homes. And it's been some time, so apologies. One of those I thought we brought back to council, but it was back and forth in terms of, do we continue to offer this? And we did.
well,
Well, it's done. I
yeah,
mean,
it's done. And let's keep in mind that all of those were not being kept up. 2 of them were damaged by fire. And we had consistent complaints by neighbors about that. So it's not as if we just rushed in and did it. They were health and safety issues with all of them as well.
Somebody else purchased that home. What was the purpose of doing?
Because they saw that we were paying for the demolition.
Well, one of, and I can only speak to one of them. The second one made no sense to me, but the one thought that they were going to be able to build as was on the lot. And of course, they weren't going to be able to without bringing it up to code. So after some back and forth, and Neil and I are whispering because we're trying to remember all the circumstances. It's been some while. And I want to speak carefully, but I think for that buyer, perhaps they may not have been fully aware of the condition of the property. They were out of state.
They got ripped out.
Well, there you go.
Allegedly.
All right. Do we have other questions?
I just want to thank you for being here and jumping right in. I'm really glad that the planning department is up and moving. So thanks so much.
Yeah,
I also have a larger question, and it might not be for tonight, but as far as like updating our building codes and that sort of thing.
Actually, that is partially a budget related because one of the line items that I have is budget for buying a new set of ICC code books for 2021 with the intention of moving towards getting the city up to the 2021 code. So that is in the plans.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Is 2021 the most recent?
No, 2024 is the most recent, but cities tend to take one or two behind just because 2024 is leading edge and there's still there's controversies with what some of the updates are, and those get worked out.
Gotcha.
And I'm not saying controversies are good or bad. It's just
Right.
developers are like, wait, you're making me do what now? And all that gets worked out over the couple of years.
Gotcha.
And what code are we currently?
2015.
Thank you.
So we're not that far back, but I mean, it's 10 years. So
Feels like it.
Well, they generally wait for the county, and the county hasn't been doing anything.
Right.
Is the county gonna do anything?
All right. Thank you, sir. Very much
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, since I have no idea what the order is anymore,
Public Works, I think.
does that mean I just get to call someone? Oh, Public Works is on the screen. All right. Thank you for making that decision for us.
Yeah, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Public Works Department here. I would like to explain just a bit about our duties. This slide is fine. We have an administration division that is our project management as well. And so the more projects that we do, the more management effort that we need to apply to those projects. So right now we're staffed almost fully. We still need one more engineering technician into that group. We have a street division that does most of our physical infrastructure maintenance, including street trees, lights, street lights, pavement markings, street signs, pavement itself, curb and gutter, and bridges. Those are part of our operations. We have city buildings of City Hall and the service center for maintenance, as well as we have the garage facility where we maintain quite a bit of our fleet, not all of it. Sewer lateral repair program is another section where we operate, and that is county funds that we administer here for our property owners, eligible property owners. And we do capital improvement program projects that goes back to kind of project management under our administration section. And those are the street improvement funds, capital improvement funds, as well as the stormwater improvement funds. So how we look in terms of what we are proposing for the new fiscal year is there is an increase in the general fund appropriations for our department that consists of two concrete finishers that our council has approved, and we're looking to fill in terms of positions. Those positions are going to help us with some of the Proposition W activities that we need to engage in. And as we do that work, we can actually ask for reimbursement from the Proposition W funds, so that can actually help our overage just a bit. But as those positions are utilized for non-Proposition W activities, those are going to be our department's expenses. On the one other thing with the general fund appropriations increase is that we reallocate some of our employees. We currently have 8 employees in our streets division, and 2 vacancies. And so 4 of those positions were reallocated to other funds, previously other funds, meaning the street improvement fund, because they do street improvement related work. However, this year, this coming fiscal year, we're proposing to reallocate only 3. So there is a difference that adds to the general fund that cannot be reallocated in that case. So other fund appropriations increase is due to our stormwater improvement program. That is pursuant to our stormwater master plan. Our stormwater master plan has proposed several projects, as you know, and it has a great cost. And so out of those, we have a prioritization. Well, the master plan had already a prioritization schedule. We programmed them into our fiscal years. And so the fiscal year 26 received 3 projects. And those projects have a total cost of $2 million. And now a lot of, well, actually all of those projects can get reimbursement from the MSD's current operations, maintenance, and construction improvement funding, OMCI funding. That will stop at the end of this current calendar year because MSD is going to start collecting the Proposition S funding. So the 3 projects that we proposed, if we are so that's like a grant program. We need to apply for those projects to MSD. MSD needs to approve. And then if MSD is satisfied with how we do implement those projects, then we submit reimbursement requests and they reimburse us for those projects. So we do it right. The $2 million of this increase in other fund appropriations will not be anymore. And so other increases in our other fund appropriations consist of a $2 million, well, $1.2 million. Sorry, it's not $1.2 million grant project that receives a $700,000 grant match. Requires a local match. That is our culvert project at North Elm in Kirkham intersection. So there is that sums up about the increase there. We have other capital improvement projects that I think require more funding, such as street projects and such. So we're pursuing all those projects in the new year. Any questions?
I do on this slide. So the Elm Kirkham culvert is not one of the projects from the stormwater master plan that is in that 2.1, or it is?
It's not. No.
Okay, so, and maybe if I'm getting ahead of you, please let me know. The stormwater master plan implementation, 3 projects. Could you tell us what those 3 are? I mean, I know one of them's the Swan something.
Yeah.
And just because we haven't done this yet in terms of, with the public, the stormwater improvement plan gave us the scoring system and they did the kind of due diligence and figuring out, I think that's largely based on the number of people affected and the type of project.
Right.
So I guess I'd just like to understand why those 3, did they come out as the top 3 projects?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Benefit cost scoring criteria. For that, they are the top 3 projects. Pretty much, they are the 3.64, 3.06, and 2.41 as for benefit cost ratios, the
Okay.
max, the highest of those. And those projects are per our plan DC 27, Yeatman Avenue Bank Stabilization to Protect House. DC 53, Swan Avenue, replace inlets with double inlets, replace pipe. And MC06, Lutheran Senior Services, install bank stabilization to address.
Okay.
Yeah, those are, the list goes on that way. We have a 10-year program so far, and it's all based on benefit cost ranking. And so these projects, for some time, they can utilize OMCI funding. So I think it coincides pretty well with the how the benefit cost corresponds to the OMCI funding. The remaining OMCI funding, what we did was, let's finish that up. Let's not leave anything in the bank. And so, but the benefit in terms of the scoring, that actually was in line with how we programmed that with utilizing the OMCI funding. And
We will still get though some OMCI funding for Deer Creek
Deer Creek,
watershed.
yes.
That's the only
Deer
one though,
Creek
right?
is
Okay.
one quarter. Yeah, 1/4 of it. Yeah. The current allocation. Well, I'll just go over those. I think I had some notes there. Just back for one slide. So the one other project that I'd like to mention is the complete streets on South Elm. That is the resurfacing South Elm from Glendale South all the way to the city limits, adding a multi-use path on the west side of the street. And so that's another federal aid grant project that's coming up in federal fiscal year 2027. And Elm Kirkham, we already went over, but stormwater improvements, we already went over.
Can I ask a question about that? So you said it was moved to 2027, or was it always planned?
2027, it was always in scheduled for 2027. 2026 is our culvert project, and 2027 is the South Elm.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
How we plan our work is in an effort to maintain alignment with our strategic plan. These are the areas where we align. And in terms of especially responsiveness to citizen concerns and inquiries, we have goals of doing that in an aggressive fashion. In terms of solving every problem, I quite often confer with my staff in terms of, hey, let's not just for the sake of being too quick, let's not give out bad advice or not as good advice. So, but what we always do is we return to the caller and make sure that they know that we have received their call and we're working on it. And so in an effort to provide a good response eventually. And we prioritize our work orders for efficiency, and work on training in all aspects, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion. And also, we're concerned about our pavement, concerned in the sense that we are interested in having good maintenance on it. I know from past experience when you don't maintain that pavement, what can happen. And so thankfully, Webster Groves has good pavement, but we want to keep it that way. And in terms of other efforts, we are looking to do more in-house work, and the Proposition W type of activities will enhance that for us. And so we're excited about that effort starting. One challenge that our industry has, and as many industries possibly, that not as many people want to come work for public works departments. They especially in manual type of work. And so that's a challenge. We are, I think, trying to address it in our own capacity, and we're thankful for our organization's efforts in terms of adjusting our salaries and helping with other motivational factors. And so hopeful to overcome that soon. This is another area we have is sustainable practices. It's housed in our department, and so we work on that as much as possible, as well as following our plan. And also we are responsible for the city's solid waste collection contract. So making sure that that works well and serves our citizens. Next slide. So capital improvement projects, I'd like to go over the fiscal year 26 list with you. Next slide, please. Culvert, we already touched on it. It's a pretty large structure flowing Shady Grove Creek under that intersection. It's going to be very disruptive during construction. And so one of the advices that we received from our consultant is not to do this in a health way. Trying to circulate traffic still around it. So it might mean that we would close that at an appropriate time, close that intersection to traffic and detour traffic around it. But that generally helps with the construction duration also. And so we can get it done quickly. And
Allison, on how long that construction duration might be?
so the construction, the best time for construction for that type of a project, I understand is from about end of spring into the beginning of summer. And that's hopefully when during the right in the end of the school year also. And so that's when it can be closed. And can it be opened before the school starts again? That would be quite aggressive, but as quickly as possible to that date would be about probably a 3-month construction period.
So summer of 2026.
Yes.
Okay.
$700,000 is slated from, I believe the stormwater improvement funds is not accurate there. It's street improvements funds only now. That's due to lessening the load on the stormwater funds as much as possible. And yeah, that's a federal aid grant project. So there is a portion of this that is so 700,000. It's a much more costlier project. But the rest of it is funded by the federal government. However, we need to pay for it and then ask for reimbursement and get it back. But it's a progress type of doing that, so we don't have to pay. I believe it's a $2 million project. We don't have to come up with 1.8. In this case, $3 million. It's just as we go, we would pay that and then get reimbursed. That's about a 2-month turnaround with MoDOT. Old Webster parking garage waterproofing. This is a project that started as waterproofing, but it actually grew to be a repair project because several structural members of the garage deck is not in good shape. So some of the repairs are completed. We're waiting on a design to continue working on more repairs. When the repairs are completed, we need to seal that and then coat it later. So there's some funding for it that is purchase ordered in this fiscal year and some more in the upcoming fiscal year 26. That funding is to including the $150,000 is to make repairs. And we have later funding that we also asked for that project, I believe $100,000, that is to coat afterwards the deck so that we don't have water seepage issues that are deteriorating our structure as well as causing a nuisance for the parkers underneath the deck. Next slide, please.
So Don, before you go on, I feel like this is one of those things that is the classic, you buy a house and it's a money pit, in that we seem to every year spend more money on this. Do we really think that this next 2-year cycle is going to fix the problem? Or at what point are we needing to go back to think about reconstructing the whole thing?
So we're working with an engineer that actually analyzed the structure for us. If these repairs are completed, the structure itself will be watertight. However, and this type of lifespan is probably 15, 20 years from then, if that's completed. But the structure has some issues around it because it's not above ground everywhere. It's on a fill. Behind the fill, so there are some of those walls will need some work as well. So we might come back to ask for some, maybe not as much money, but to do that also to make that repair a fully complete repair. But when these are done, the structure should be good again for another 15, 20 years. So it's really, I think it's 2002 built or something like that. And so really, I mean, these structures are designed for 50 years.
This is about the time that we had to invest money in it.
Yes.
Okay.
I do have it's kind of unrelated, but this garage does seem to be underutilized. Do we really know whether permits are needed to park in there? If we opened up the parking, we're putting a lot of money into it, and I don't know that the benefit is being.
The lower level, I think, is what you're talking about. Melissa?
Yeah. So that's more for planning.
Yeah.
But it's just a question.
Let us
Think
get
about
back to you on
later.
it.
What? Underneath?
Yeah, that's busy when I park under there.
All right,
It's not- it's
let's
not-
not
it's
collect our anecdotal evidence here. Yeah. All right, please continue.
Mill and overlay project. In the new year, we don't have any streets mill and overlay proposal, but we have three parking lots, as Ms. Laws mentioned. One of the issues with one of the parking lots. These parking lots have come up for mill and overlay. It's a 2-inch application that will, if completed, that will give us an asphalt pavement, another 15, 20 year of life on these pavements. And the lots are Dale, Log Cabin, and DeSoto lots. Street improvement funds are proposed for it for $350,000. Firehouse number 2, traffic signal upgrade and building alterations. This is a project that I need to analyze further with Chief Ellis. And we looked at these aspects of the structure, the facility. The traffic signal needs some wiring and other updates. You can observe that it's not a modern signal. And so also the preempting of that signal by the fire department's use is not laid out in the most efficient way. And so that's one of the needs. The other need there is a gear room is not ventilated. Air exchange is needed. And so that's another project that we're looking at, Chief Ellis and I. It's in terms of this becoming an expenditure for fiscal year 26, we can bring back more information in terms of why the need and how and sharpen our pencils a bit more on the dollar figures. And so look to economize that. But I'd like to present that to you for your review and comments as well.
When, just bringing this up in regards to the DeSoto parking lot, when do you think that will be accomplished, just so the owner can understand exactly timelines?
So we have may have an opportunity. We have a current fiscal year Edgar Road overlay project that goes from Edgar Road up at Big Bend all the way down to Florence. And so it's in the area. And so these lots would be great to package up together in one bid and send out. Although the Edgar Road project is a current fiscal year project, and this project would be a future fiscal year project, so we would need an approval as needed for that as we get into the new fiscal year. But still, a new fiscal year is not late in terms of paving. We can still pave and capture our monies from this fiscal year and do them all together. We would probably save money by doing that because we increase the quantities for this work. So that would coincide with about the beginning of the new fiscal year, Council.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Can I ask another question about the signal? Is that a LED light? Do you know?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
And so, but LED retrofits are easier,
Okay.
would not be that costly. And so just the indicators being replaced would not be as costly, or may not even be a capital improvement program project. Because if it's less than, I think, $20,000, that's not. And so, but if it's modernized, it would for sure be LED.
LED. Okay, thank you.
Compact excavator is a unit purchase that is proposed for a 17-year-old piece of equipment. At 1,000 hours, it's utilized in tight street areas for construction activities. We take care of the cuts by the plumbers on the streets for utility jobs, and we charge them back for it because we restore those for these contractors. And so there is a certain revenue stream out of this equipment, out of the use of this equipment. This is proposed for $85,000 out of the capital improvement tax, capital improvement fund. Fleet fuel pump software update and system upgrades. This is a $30,000 project for upgrading the software that manages our fuel use. And so when the pumps are used, which vehicle that goes to and which department it gets charged to is something that we need to track. The current software is not up to date for that. And this program is, the software update is proposed for this facility. The rest of the fueling station and the underground tanks would also need upgrades. Those are a future year expenditure that we slated for, I believe, fiscal year 27 for much more money. So next, please. Fleet maintenance
Before you
software.
move on to that one, you go back to your fuel pump software. So how do we account for fuel now? Who gets charged for it?
More manually, and also there is a specific computer and operating system needed for connecting to there is a current system, but it's outdated. So what we do is we enter our employee numbers and then vehicle numbers and then mileage and fill it up. So it actually still captures data, but it's an older system. So it's the operating system is not up to date. It needs a hookup for an specific operating system and such. So it's used, but it's impractical currently.
Okay, thank you.
Fleet maintenance software actually can go hand in hand with fuel software. Fleet maintenance software tracks our vehicle units in the fleet, and actually it can track equipment as well, such as mowers and such, down to even chainsaws and a lot of different types of equipment. This is for efficiency and better management capability in terms of when we come before yourselves for vehicle replacement needs, for us to make our case better in terms of how much this equipment is really costing us to maintain and to keep up. And so this is a software system that we're proposing for that ability. We're also in the process of hiring a fleet operations leader for our another vacant position. And so we're hoping that that person will bring some know-how into this, hopefully having used a system like this, and help us with the selection of the software and develop that from there. Brine system updates. Salt brine is very useful. I was a bit surprised that we didn't use it as much this past winter. It helps with pre-treatment. Pre-treatment helps with breaking the bond between the snowpack and our pavement so that we can plow it off the road better, more easily. And our current system is is one of the first in the region, I understand. And so for that, it lacks some of the capabilities and also depends on only one vendor to provide maintenance and upgrades to it. So we would like to kind of break out of that and have a more of a generic system and maintainable by several vendors and not as complex. I believe it's too complex of a system, but this will make the brine, mix it, as well as pump it to our trucks for use, so that we have that in our arsenal for winter operations for $25,000. And I believe I have one more slide for this location. Clock tower, you may have noticed, it's not accurate. And so we are proposing to work on it, make it better, make it maintainable more than anything, and just keep maintaining it from there. But this is an initial investment that we're estimating that will be required. In fact, we're now in contact with somebody that was just down the street doing this type of work. And so they contacted us, and so we might get some better pricing, and we're hoping that this is just a safe number. We're hoping that it is. And so, but that's the effort that we're proposing. This is all for capital improvement projects. I would be
Right,
happy to
other
answer.
questions?
I have just a fleet question on our EV policy. And I know that we're doing some pre-buying, I don't know. So I just wanted to check in and see how that, I know EVs are sometimes tricky to order. Just wanted to see the status or understand the status of what that looks like.
I know Dr. Peoples directed us to look for either hybrid or EV options for specific vehicle types. And one of them didn't work out as well just recently because of the pricing, but that's part of our effort to look for those opportunities. I don't know, hybrids seem just a little highly priced just recently. And there was an EV truck option also that was kind of up there. So again, doing this economically, but also sensitive to the environment and our goals is for sure what we would pursue going forward, Council.
Tesla kind of cheap right now.
Tesla will be cheap.
Get a Cybertruck.
All right, thank you very much. And I just, as a general thing, wanted to say thank you. I know that you mentioned a lot of things that are coming in-house, and I understand that also means a greater administrative burden. So we appreciate that you're managing that as well for us.
Yeah, there are a lot of really exciting projects on this list. I know it's a high dollar amount, but there's some really great things coming. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, Chief, I don't know what you did. Mr. Boyd, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I'm excited to be back serving City of Webster Groves as the Parks and Rec Director. So I'm very excited, and 11 o'clock in my first council meeting. So I'm excited.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Let me start the first slide. As you can see, we're FY25 amended budget to FY26 overage of 197,000. That's due to we brought on, or we had a frozen position that we're currently hiring for maintenance one worker in the recreation, Benny Gordon Recreation Complex, that we're currently hiring, and along with minimum wage increase.
Yeah.
And that will go on January 1, 2026, we'll go up to $15 an hour. So that's that overage is there. The unders are, big portion of that is the water park that's currently being constructed, and the ice rink project that is currently being constructed on that.
you want to brag about the ice rink project while you're here?
I am very excited. We
Well,
shut,
the drill down sounds like it went really well.
yes, we shut down a couple weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago. So we're slated to open back up mid-August. We did not find any permafrost or anything like that. So that was a huge blessing and something very positive. And you don't know with that type of project, you don't know until you start digging, obviously. So we were fingers crossed. So yeah, everything's going well in the water parks underway. We're opening up Memorial Day weekend, which is right around the corner. And so staff is extremely busy but we're having a blast and getting it done. Next. Prop W will add around $3 to $4 million of construction projects in FY26. Some of those projects are Southwest walking path in Southwest Park, solar panels at the rec center, skate park replacement, and new prefab restroom and splash pad at Ivory Crockett. Projecting general fund for FY26, a little over 1.5% growth in revenue, less than 3% growth in expense. And proud to say FY26, we're going to estimated cost recovery is estimated to come in right at 100%.
Wow.
There's any questions.
Alignment with. Sorry, can I ask a question about the solar panels? Do you have yet a projected return on investment on that array?
I do not personally. I would defer to Mr. Davis as I'm.
That's totally fair. That's totally fair.
We still got to make him earn his money.
We haven't bid it out yet. It'll go out
Okay.
for an RFQ, but with our initial talks with 3 different vendors, it's about a 17-year, 15 to 17-year payoff on it.
And the
Kinda depends on-
lifespan is,
lifespan on the panels themselves was 25 years, and some of the inverters was more like on the 15-year range.
Okay.
But that was about a year ago, so those may get better with
yeah,
new tech.
thank you.
Some of the alignment with strategic plans for provide excellence in service with all of the Prop W projects that are going to be happening. A big part of it is going to be cultivate meaningful public input for all the Prop W initiatives that we'll be completing in FY26. Achieve diversity and equity and inclusion. We provide a scholarship program which provides Webster residents 50% discount on camp, all summer camp camps that we offer, and a 75% discount on program registration. So we're very proud of that, looking to boost that and continue to grow that. Ensure long-term fiscal and integrity. We partner with the city of Glendale, which allows their residents to receive the Webster Groves resident rates, and then we're reimbursed on the difference. General fund cost recovery on recreation in FY26 is estimated to come in at 100% cost recovery. Apply Muni Park grant, the municipal park grant, or the Muni Park grant, of $525,000 towards Prop W projects, plus additional potential parks or grants in parks. Adopt sustainable practices. Prop W, big one for FY26 is $1 million solar project at the ice rink and the rec. Prop W, we have budgeted this year $300,000 in LED ball field lights. And I'm going off memory, that's Blackburn Memorial and Blackburn Memorial and Larson. That's it. Okay, sorry. Going off memory. And then another item for sustainable practices, turf conversions to pocket prairies in the parks, budgeting $25,000. A big part of that will also decrease in staff labor. And there's a lot of sustainability effects with pocket prairies in the parks. Before I start off on the FY26 capital improvements, I really want to point out we have none of these are in the capital improvements budget. They're either coming out of Prop W or the Park Improvement Fund. Next. And again, coming out for budgeted and Prop W, ADA front doors at the Recreation Center. These are the original doors that were installed in 2008. They're in need of upgrade, new technology. and they're 17 years old. Solar projects at the ice rink will be coming in. You can notice on the blue roof on the back. We also have some coming in for the water park as well. Next. 0.4 miles of walking trail along the perimeter of Southwest Park. And that will come in off Rock Hill Road and then go around the perimeter of the park. And meeting room partitions at the recreation center. These are the original. We have 4 different panels in those rooms that we can divide up, and we use those a lot for rentals, programming. Summer camp utilizes them as well. Next. And still in Prop W, native prairies, as I mentioned earlier, turf conversions to pocket prairies throughout the parks. We've already started this. We're just going to continue this into FY26. Recreation center roof, replacement of flat roof rubber. You can note there it's just worn and just needs to be replaced. Next. Continuing in Prop W, skate park replacement. Will be going out this summer for public input. So I'm looking forward to that and gathering all of those inputs, because I know when I was here previously, the skate park gets utilized a lot. So I'm very excited about this upcoming project. Ivory Crockett improvements, as I mentioned, splash pad and the new prefab heated restrooms that will go into there.
Do we know yet where the skate park's going to go, or is that still in discussion?
Still in discussion as we go into public input.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I know I'm moving right along, so.
Don't worry, we'll stop you if we need to.
Just yell at it. Continuing with Prop W again, restroom renovations, fixtures, facilities. This will be going into Southwest and Blackburn Park. A lot of this is going to be the flush valve, replacing those for the automatic flush valves, which is going to help. Parks get called a lot for just clogged toilets and things like that. So the automatic flushing systems will really, we're hoping will decrease those amount of calls. Performance Park, again, we're going in this summer with public input for this large project as well. So more to come on that, but we're going to be this summer and going into the fall, we'll be offering or seeking public input for quite a few projects coming up. So I'm very, very excited.
And the 125,000 is the planning? I mean, some of it maybe is for public input, but I assume it's for planning and design?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at some point after public input, before planning and design, this will come back to us? Council? Okay, just want to make sure.
Next. And now we're moving over into the park improvement fund. Park trash receptacles with the rolling carts to be used with trash truck. And this was purchased in FY24. This will be the last phase, I believe, for that are out in the parks. 1-ton dump truck replacement. And this is in the budget every year. This particular truck that we're replacing has 78,000 plus miles on it. So it's just in that last years of its life, and it needs to be replaced. Next, please. Drinking fountains replaced at Margaret Atlanta and installed new fountains at Ivory Crockett and Larson. If you notice, these have the bottle fillers on them, which will be utilized a lot to people walking and jogging in the parks. Tree spider lift. This is a new purchase that'll be utilized within the Parks Department. As you can see, there's tracks on there. It'll allow ease of going through wooded areas. It's basically a lift truck, but without the tires, and it has the tracks that you can literally spider your way through hard to reach areas, and we'll cut back on our contracting now for pruning and tree removals along those lines.
So my memory is not great, but I thought that was only because of how it looks. Do I remember it? Was maybe with Prop W before? Is there a reason it's in capital improve? Oh, don't worry, he's coming.
I was going to say
he's
I would have
coming.
to refer to Mr. Davis on that one too. So I apologize.
It was one of the items that we were initially looking at in Prop W.
Okay.
And council actually asked to not have that one in Prop W and focus more on projects and less on the equipment. So we removed it from the Prop W and put it back in Park.
Okay.
Fund.
Great, thank you.
Next. A Ventrac mower. This is a new purchase for the Parks Department. One thing that's unique about this, it has a 95-inch mowing capacity deck, and it also has different add-ons that you can get, such as a snow plow. There's a cab a heated cab that allows for staff to plow the business district sidewalks versus hand shoveling in their heated environment. And it doesn't happen a lot. But there's also multiple attachments that you can buy looking forward to the future. Ball field spreaders. I think there's around 45 different attachments that you can get. So it's kind of a one-stop shop. And then the last one that I have is Blackburn cupola repair on the main pavilion. There's extensive damage to it that we need to get up there and get that repaired.
Is that just plywood? It looks like it. Wow.
It's kind of weaving out. I actually took that picture, and it's in dire need. There's some wood fraying and needs to be replaced. And that is
All right, questions?
Can you tell us a little bit more about Deer Creek Park and restoring those newly exposed lots where the houses came down? Do you have plans in place yet for those?
Mr. Davis, I apologize. I don't.
That's okay. There's any
You've
number of
barely been
questions we
here,
can answer.
so we need to give you a little time.
So there's deed restrictions on those from the FEMA funds. You can't have any sort of structures above it. You can plant vegetation on it. So we were looking at probably putting a few trees on them, but also turn that into one of the native prairie sanctuary areas.
Any other questions?
And maybe I missed a memo on this, but the park, I'm tired. Rocket Ship Park? Why can't I think of the
Not
name?
ours.
That's not.
That's not ours,
intentional.
okay.
It's not
I
ours.
was like, okay, then I didn't miss a memo.
But we do have Deer Creek Park
On the other
that
side.
on the other side that
Okay.
keeps getting flooded. And I know Yvonne's mentioned that like it gets trashed every time we get a flooding event now, which is kind of a little bit new. Do we need to do anything capital-wise in that park?
We did remove the backstop and put down grass there for the infield to help alleviate some of that. I mean, I know it is floods historically, but that is something because the backstop kept getting damaged. So we did just remove that and turn it into a multi-purpose field.
Okay.
But if there's more.
The only other thing on there is there's been some creek bank destabilization with a couple of floods just downstream from the bridge. And so we've been working with Great Rivers Greenway a little bit on that. That bridge is a little unique. Most of the greenways, when they're built, get turned over to the individual cities. But since that one crosses the municipal boundaries, it was never actually turned over to Maplewood or Webster. And so GRG still owns it. And we're kind of a little bit of, I'm not going to fix it. You ought to fix it. Well, they ought to fix it. So that stream bank needs some work. There's some grants that we're looking at. It's only about $100,000. We haven't put anything in the budget for it yet because we're still trying to figure out. The creek bank is ours, but we need to stabilize the creek bank so you don't lose the bridge eventually. We've had engineers come out. We're not in imminent failure or anything like that, but in the next 2 years, we probably need to get something done on that.
Okay, thank you.
Have we given any thought to the circle that's there at the bottom of, what's the street?
Pacific.
No,
Forest.
it's
Oh,
forest.
okay.
It's forest. I mean, as we try to get rid of as much pavement and make this, I mean, because there's vegetation you could put there as well.
So originally when, before I realized that you can't build anything back on any of the FEMA two properties, if we could have used those two properties and potentially removed that cul-de-sac, you could have really increased the park and had a bigger soccer field or done some other things in there. since you have those deed restrictions on those two properties, maybe the cul-de-sac isn't as needed because the end house isn't there.
Yeah.
But you're not going to gain any kind of space in the park or any much more usage other than dead ending that street, which then you have trash truck, Amazon truck, turnaround, probably fire truck, turnaround. Well, it's probably fire trucks probably can't get around that one anyways. But issues like that, we've looked at it, but I haven't come up with any. James hadn't come up with any great plans yet. You should ask him.
That's next on his agenda.
So I do have one more question related to that then. If it remains grass and as we know, forest continues to flood, is it possible to just replant that whole area so it acts more like a sponge?
The whole park?
Yes, instead of it just being turf.
Like a wetland?
Yeah, like a wetland.
It's certainly possible. That field is used by sports teams. They play soccer and they do play baseball on it. And we got a little pushback on baseball this year, softball, when we told them we were going to take the infield out and take the dirt out and take the backstops down. We have enough ball fields that we could accommodate that. But if we completely took out that usable space, I'd have to do some more. James would have to do some more digging on usage levels on that. Yeah,
Interesting to see how it would benefit,
the total watershed.
yes, versus having it flood up the street. And then we are putting a new baseball field in Southwest Park, correct? Or where did I see?
We're doing some work on the one there.
Okay.
We're not adding a new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that part of Prop W funds? Is that where those funds are coming from?
For Southwest, yes.
Yeah. And then the water bottle, like the drinking fountains and that sort of thing, is that also part of Prop W funds or is that in
Yes.
the
Thought that was
capital
Park
improvements?
Improvement Fund.
I believe it was in Park Improvement Fund. Yes, let me triple check, sorry.
Can it be in Prop W if that's the case, since those funds are so specific? Park improvements?
The drinking fountains were in the Park Improvement Fund and excuse me, sorry.
No problem.
Been fighting allergies. The main reason that we did allocate the money to Park Improvement Fund was because it was more along the maintenance and equipment, either replacement or purchasing new. And instead of allocate the money for Prop W, if we took a lot of that stuff that's in the PIF fund, it would deplete the Prop W fund.
Okay.
with the stuff that we advertise that we're going to do.
Okay.
That answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
All right, I think you can sneak away.
Thank you all very much.
Are we gonna find somebody else before Chief now?
I'm getting a second wind.
2-hour presentation.
When he comes with his own binder, we know.
I know, I saw that. They won.
Welcome, Chief Ossipat.
Hi, everyone.
Hopefully they're still in the playoffs with Chiefs.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, I admire Dave Buck's tenacity. Can we all agree on that?
Yeah, we can agree on that, definitely.
Dog park.
So last year at this time, I was in here and I was meeting with all of you on the different panels for the hiring process. And you asked me a bunch of questions about all the things we're going to talk about tonight. Many of the things that we've talked about over the last 11 months. So, I'll preface my presentation by saying this. In that time since last year, on this day, we've hired 14 people in the police department. That's a lot of work for an organization of our size. We've also brought our organization from 2005 into about 2015. And additionally, but I think most importantly, the Cubs are in first place in the National Central. So I want to share that with everybody.
Yeah, so, all right.
All right, so this budget presentation reflects our commitment to providing excellent customer service. First slide, please. I want to discuss a little bit about what our core values are: excellence,
teamwork, and mentorship. I've mentioned that several times. Excellence, always doing your best. Teamwork, always being part of the team atmosphere, supporting other people in their mission, stepping up to take on extra assignments, and mentorship, always planning for the next generation of leadership. So those things really reflect what we're trying to do in our organization. Emphasis on retention through training and community engagement. Officers want to feel valued by their community, but even more so, the community wants to feel valued by its police officers. Destination department enables stability. So I stole this from my colleague, Chief Ellis. I love the term destination department. We talk about turnover rates in professional organizations now, especially in public safety. We want to create an environment where people want to stay here. And that creates stability in the level of service, stability in community engagement, stability in budget. Next slide, please. I just want to hit on 2 points on this page. And again, just for transparency's sake, there may be things that I may need to call for an assist on from either Dr. Peoples or Mr. Donovan, just understanding that they were very helpful with me through this, through preparing this budget presentation for everyone. So fiscal year 25 budget estimate, Dr. Peoples referenced it earlier. We came in a little bit lower than what we were approved for because we had so many vacancies from not having all those positions filled. But as I said a few moments ago, we've hired 14 people, which is why our number for the proposed budget for 26 is at 6,554,639. So we're anticipating being fully staffed. Next slide, please. Some notable investments and changes. Reduced our part-time budget from 20,000 to 3,600. We're going to emphasize full-time employees as opposed to part-time employees. We're asking for a 15% increase in our overtime budget. And I know you guys are going to have questions about that, but I'm going to move through this. And then when you guys want to jump in, or if you want to jump in at the end with those questions, I'll be happy to go into some of the reasoning and some of the logic behind that. Our training and development budget increase is an investment and it reduces risk. It's an investment and it reduces risk. That's my job as the chief of police, to make sure that I'm buying down risk and liability in our organization. That protects our city, that protects our community. And I'm requesting a budget increase from 25,000 to 45,600 to achieve that. Yes. Can you go a little bit deeper? What type of training?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll start off with something that's probably most fundamental to our organization, being a law enforcement organization, firearms training. When I came into this organization, those are some of the things that I first analyzed. What are we doing with firearms training? What are we doing with our other weapons training? How are we ensuring that our people are not just qualified at the minimum level, but what are we doing to ensure that our people are extremely proficient? So part of my plan for training is to send a number of our personnel to become qualified as trained trainers, bring that training back to our organization, and then use that as the platform, as the basis, the foundational basis to create our own in-house training program. This way we can emphasize the type of training that we want to emphasize to ensure that we're serving our community best. In addition to that, talking about other forms of training, taser training, de-escalation training, ensuring that we're putting our people in the best position to be able to achieve the best possible outcomes in high intensity situations. And then continuing education on legal aspects of law enforcement. As counselor will tell you, it's rapidly evolving and it's fluid. So we have to ensure that we're putting our people in the best position, putting our supervisors in the best position to be able to inform our officers. Did I answer your question? Or are you seeking additional information?
And I just did the quick math on it. It's less than $1,000 per sworn officer. So, I mean, 45,000, it looks like a big jump, but when you break it down per capita, it's really not that much per staff member.
I appreciate you saying that. And, I think additionally, when we talk about training and development, we talk about becoming a destination organization, a premier agency.
This is what premier agencies do to attract and retain talent. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, we want to ensure that we meet our obligation to the community and the city through proper preparation and avoidance of liabilities. As I said earlier, we've hired 14 new police officers in 2024 and 25. Younger, less experienced officers require more training. That's our obligation to them. Lastly, munitions increase, bullets, that aids in training and development and risk reduction. In aligning with our more modern approach to policing, we require more comprehensive training and development to reduce risk and liability. And this is especially true concerning firearms training, as I mentioned earlier. Furthermore, the cost of ammunition continues to remain higher than pre-pandemic levels. So that's something to consider as well. Next slide,
Before we
please.
go, I was going to let it go, but since we started talking about what's on this slide, one of the things that I'd like to understand more is we have 14 more officers and our overtime budget is going up. It seems to me that if we're increasing the number of officers, we shouldn't have as much demand for overtime.
Sure. And I can understand how you would think that. And I'll explain that to you. So in addition to, I'm sure you guys understand what public safety, police departments use overtime for, the traditional things, normal operational needs, meeting minimum staffing levels. But we're also looking to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of our training program. Much like the fire department, we don't have the flexibility and the luxury to be able to train our people when they're working their shift. It's just not practical. So a lot of this training that we have to bring our people up to date on, it's not practical to do it during a normal shift. We have to cover the street. We have to respond to our calls. And in order to do that, I'm looking ahead to what it's going to take, what it's going to cost us to be able to train people on their off days. So that's one of the things that we have to look at in terms of where that overtime is going to go. Additionally, when we look at overtime, I'll give you an example when we're talking about responding to crime patterns, which is something that we haven't necessarily done in this organization. A few months ago, we had a pattern of car burglaries in a specific area in Webster Groves. Based on that information, we put together a team of a three officer team, and we called them in for overtime. We put them in that area, and doing that, taking that action, stopped those burglaries. And I'm not saying that's going to happen every time, but what I'm telling you is that's going to be our model for how we respond to those incidents. And what I found was that previously, an incident like that, an arbitrary number was set up, because I asked them, well, what was the threshold at which you would create that specialty detail to respond to a series of incidents? Well, we'd wait for 7 or 8 or 9, we're not really sure. That's unacceptable to me. Our obligation to the community is, as soon as we identify a pattern, it's our job to jump in and mitigate it. So that's part of it as well. Additionally, and I'm going to talk about this in maybe a slide or two. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but we have executive representation in every business commission meeting that happens in Webster Groves. That's intentional. But that's one of the first things we talked about. I said, this is what we're going to do, and this is why. We want to be involved with our businesses. We want to support our businesses. We want to support the special events, the almost 50 special events that go on during the summer season. And supporting those events, sometimes it's going to call for overtime. So all those things collectively, that's why I'm anticipating an increase in overtime.
I mean, all things being equal, Chief, and all new hires stay and everything, do you envision then the training would decrease and therefore overtime would also decrease over the next couple of years?
I don't know. And I'm being honest with you. I haven't been here a full year. And as I said earlier, I'm trying to bring us from 2005 to 2025. I think we're on a good trajectory. I think if we can do these things that I'm asking to do right now, we can retain some really good people. But I don't know. I'm optimistic. I want to say, yeah, I hope at some point we can balance out. But that's for overtime. I think training is different. I think training is
as you said earlier, $1,000 a person. If you look at other law enforcement organizations, if you look at premier law enforcement organizations, you'll see that the number we're coming in at is a little bit low, but this is a great start.
I guess I also want to make sure we understand too, that we may be low relative to other quote unquote premier law enforcement agencies, but we're a relatively sleepy suburb. We'd like to keep it that way. Don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
but I want to also be careful that we make apples to apples comparisons, not
Sure.
um,
I could
other
see,
kinds.
I could see how you would say that, Mayor. How I respond as follows. We are a suburb that is located in an area where, you know, we have a highway going right through the middle of us. And we have a couple main roadways. So there is always an element there of criminality that is coming through Webster Groves. There's always an element of criminality in Webster Groves.
Sure.
It's our job to be prepared, whether or not our violent crime numbers are low or high. And like you said, they're low right now. I want to make sure that our organization is prepared for anything that we have to deal with. So, you know, we're not dealing with the same type of violent crimes as St. Louis City, but the potential is always there. And I want to make sure that we're able to respond to that.
Well, I guess my response to that would be, we also operate with limited resources. So
Yeah.
I don't, for us to think of ourselves as having to be prepared for exactly the same thing the city of St. Louis is being prepared for is unrealistic given the financial climate that we find ourselves in. Now, I totally applaud the let's bring us into the future part of this, but I also just, again, want to say our standard that we're comparing ourselves to has to be part, in my opinion, has to be part of the equation.
Yeah, I'm trying to reach I'm trying to reach a baseline level of competency in law enforcement. I'm not trying to have helicopters. I'm not trying to have tanks. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make sure that our people here are responsive to the needs that our Webster Groves residents expect.
Good. I think we're on the same page
Yeah.
then.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a staffing question?
Sure.
So I think it's great that you filled the positions, and I know they haven't been filled for that long. So it's gonna take a little bit of time to get everybody trained and feel like what the department feels like with a full staff. Do you think that there might be an opportunity in the future to look at minimum staffing and what's required, and maybe we could fit training in on regular time, or maybe we have, do we have the right number of people? Maybe we don't need as many, like, is there a possibility that what that need of FTE wise might change in the future as you see what it's like to have a full team?
Well, and I'm going to try to answer what I think your question is, because you said changing FTEs. That's what I took away from what you just said. No, I wouldn't want to change the number of full-time employees. When I look at the call volume that exists here, and like I mentioned to you guys when I updated you a few months ago, we handle almost 25,000 calls a year, calls for service a year. And then when you take all the calls or all the contacts that we have in addition to that are not memorialized as calls for service, that's an additional 7,000 or 8,000. So we're interacting with people, we're engaging with people more than 30,000 times a year. And within that, there's all these different tasks that we do. And to decrease the staffing is not, the work is not going to be as balanced out as it is now. You're going to be putting more of a burden on less people. And you're also talking about the way that we decide what our minimum staffing is. That's based on how we divide our city into quadrants. We have four quadrants in Webster Groves. Minimum staffing is 4 officers, 1 supervisor. So, and the reason it's set up like that is based on response times. We want to be able to respond to an emergency call in 2 minutes. And if we move away from that, then we're moving away from providing the level of public safety that we should be providing to our residents.
Okay.
Thank you. Next slide, please. I want to focus on 2 quick points on this page because they were not focused on, they weren't mentioned by my predecessor last year. I'm not sure who from the police department gave the presentation. I think they were called in on short notice. So I'm going to show them some grace. Want to talk first about strengthening economic development. What does that have to do with law enforcement? Well, we are partners, as I said earlier, with our business owners. Police department executive is assigned to participate in every business district meeting to support economic development. We've stood by that since my first day in this position, and we're going to continue to do that, and we're going to continue to strengthen those relationships. I also want to talk about achieving diversity, equity, and inclusion. Achieving diversity, equity, and inclusion, we have an organization that more than reflects our community. We have personnel with diverse experiences and diverse backgrounds, many of whom are serving in key positions in our organizations. And I want to illustrate something that's coming up starting on the 19th of April. We're going to be promoting Lieutenant Jillian McCoy to Captain of Police, first female Captain of Police in the history of the Webster Groves Police Department. So that's a great accomplishment. Supports that. Furthermore, we believe in treating all people in all circumstances with dignity and respect, which supports our strategic plan. Next slide, please.
Chief, can I hop in here?
Yes.
Just on that, your emphasis on training, really appreciate that. And I'm glad that the DEI column is something you wanted to highlight and share with us. That intersection of training and DEI, what does that look like right now?
Well, those are things that we receive training in. We receive training in that, and we emphasize that. And it's not only training, but it's part of the culture of our organization. One of the first things that I did when I came in as the chief of police is I sent a message out to our entire organization. Don't care who you are, don't care what your background is. We accept everybody in this organization. The only thing we expect is that you work hard. If you feel that you haven't been treated fairly, or if you feel that there's been bias shown towards you, I want to know about it immediately, because we won't tolerate it. That's not our organization. So in addition to all the training that we already receive, that's part of the ethos of our organization.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I want to just go over a few capital improvements. I don't have fancy pictures up there. This is utilitarian, as I mentioned to you in the hallway. Body cameras. You guys all know what the body cameras are. We need to have those. And that's part of our continued agreement. In-car video, again, part of a continued agreement. And I want to tell you real quick, I know you guys remember this. A few months back, we had an officer on duty who was involved in a medical related accident, a car crash, right? That in-car video really, helped support the investigation. I think it's great from the community's perspective as well, because it shows that commitment to transparency. Next slide, please. Mobile data terminals. This is a significant cost. The replacement and installation of 11 mobile data terminals. Those are the computers that we have in our squad cars. So long story short, I'm not great with computers or technology, but I know that Windows operating system reaching the end of their life for whatever number that was. And so based on that, criminal justice information system, which kind of governs how we share and collect information in law enforcement, they mandated that everybody who was under that old operating system had to get new equipment. And so that's what we're doing, and that's where that cost is coming from. Rifle vest plates, just an additional layer of protection for our officers responding to calls where there may be someone that is armed with a pistol or a long rifle. That vest plate gives us a little bit extra protection. Next slide, please.
Before you move on to the rifle vest plates, so I see in both you have some scheduled 26 and 27. So will you be buying like 50% of the plates for half the?
Yes.
Going to get that.
So the way that we're going to work that is the plates that we currently have reached the end of their life, and we're going to buy for half of the organization. We're going to continue to use that half. They already have body armor. This is just an additional layer. So we're going to use that half, that expiring half, for the rest of the year until we can purchase the other half of the new ones.
Thank you.
That answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next slide, please. computer voice, let me see what this is called. I always forget. Computer voice stress analyzer. So our investigations unit does thousands of investigations every year. Maybe close to 1,000 investigations every year. As part of those investigations, they interview people, and this tool helps them streamline the interview process. An iteration of this would be a lie detector test, something administered by the Secret Service or other law enforcement organizations. This is a different way to do it. It analyzes a person's voice. It records their interview, and then it gives you an indication as an investigator as to whether or not they're being truthful or deceitful. So this is something that a lot of organizations use in our area, but not a lot of organizations have. So we have found that when we have needed it, we've had to get on a wait list with the organization nearby that has it, and it would be a lot easier for us and a lot more efficient and helpful to us in conducting quality investigations to have one. Radar units in cars.
Can we go back a second to that? So if we're on a wait list, when we need one, do we pay for the use of that one?
No.
Okay, so if there's a wait list, are we gonna make this available to other departments as
Yes.
well? Okay, good.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if we're gonna-
Everything's got to be reciprocal, and that's what I'm finding out really quickly in the St. Louis region. The radar units, our radar units are currently 9 to 11 years old. They're at the end of their lives, and those are part of the equipment that go in the squad cars. You guys know we get a lot of traffic. I get a lot of traffic complaints from all of you. We want to ensure that we're still out there being efficient in our traffic operations. Next slide. Is there one more or is that it? Okay. So of course, when it comes to this capital equipment, I'm coming up on 11 months in. I'm going to continue to look at ways to improve efficiencies. A lot of the things that you guys were asking me about in terms of, can we do this better? Can we do this better? I'm always looking at ways to improve things. I'm going to continue to do that. So as I move through my journey here, rest assured that if there's a way for me to improve on what we're doing, I will do that. That concludes my presentation. Do you guys have any other
Additional
questions?
question?
Can I ask a question about the flock cameras for the future years?
Sure.
So we approved 6 flock cameras for like a specific purpose. And it says 2 additional, but it looks like it's 2 additional for each of the next 4 years. So 8 additional. Those aren't replacements, right? Those are just additional.
Yes.
So that's over double what we have now. Is the purpose, the intent, the use of the flock cameras changing or evolving, or will it still be what this council approved, which was, to work with other municipalities on a specific, license plate issue?
The purpose is not changing. It's an investigative tool. It's an effective investigative tool. And the purpose is exactly the same.
Because I know there were like privacy concerns and who has access to the records and all of that. So I just would want to make sure we don't have any like scope creep
No.
as we expand the number of units possibly.
No, we don't.
Thanks.
Is there data on the effectiveness or the efficacy of CVSAs?
I'm sure I could find some.
I'd love to see some, Chief, because
I
I
could give
wonder.
you some anecdotal data.
I would love to hear some anecdotal data, but I mean, does this really work?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an investigative tool. Now, as counselor would tell you, it's inadmissible in court. But when you're interviewing several people about a case and it gives you a North Star, and it gives you an indication if someone's being deceitful, maybe you'll ask them a series of different questions. It helps create more efficient and focused investigations. And the fact that you have to get on a wait list to borrow Kirkwood's, I think that's evidence that it is effective.
Well, everyone wants the newest and best thing sometimes though, too. And
It's not new.
It's going to help.
It's been around.
Yeah, no, I understand it's been around for a while, but at the same time, it's new in the aspect that not many people have it. So we can get into a debate
Sure.
about the police
Sure.
procedures and everything, but
I'll get you some data.
Oh, I appreciate it. The other thing I want to talk to you about is the ECDC. Obviously, I talked to Chief Ellis and I know this isn't budget related necessarily. Well, it is budget related, but it's not directly related to your slides. explain to me your thoughts on ECDC and the effectiveness of it and what you would like to see and also not only would you like to see, but also in the event we were to exit, what does Webster Groves Police Department do?
You know, at the cost of irritating my colleagues over here, I am so glad you asked that question. 11 months in, I'm satisfied with ECDC from a law enforcement standpoint. Furthermore, to answer the second part of your question, I would have concerns about moving to county. Because anytime you go to a larger organization, the level of service, the intimacy of the service that you're receiving is not going to be the same. It's going to be more watered down. And I have concerns about that. I saw that happen in some of the organizations I've worked at previously, and transitions were not smooth. And there were a lot of glitches that still weren't ironed out even after I left those organizations. So I think when you get swallowed up by a larger organization, like let's say county, for example, that's the easiest example. Their primary responsibility, whether they say it or not, is always going to be to the St. Louis County Sheriff's Police Department. Everybody else is just kind of a guest. And if you talk to a lot of the smaller organizations that have made that transition, they'll tell you that. But they'll also tell you that the cost differential from their standpoint, you know, that certainly plays a part in it. But that would be my concern.
The technology for the law enforcement's good.
Where we are now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have any issues. And believe me, I ask our officers, hey, give me feedback. We've met with ECDC leadership several times as groups of chiefs of police. And, you know, I've also asked the other chiefs of police, hey, what do you guys think? Because we compare the numbers, we look at the response times, we look at the 911 response times from dispatchers. We don't have concerns with any of those things. I'll speak for myself. I don't have concerns.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I mean, I love the concept of ECDC, and I think it's served us well. I'd like to see it continue, but obviously I think especially from an EMS side,
yeah,
and fire side, we're gonna have to make some kind of
yeah,
improvement.
I
or
get
changes.
it. I get it. I see their frustration.
Yeah. Now you've gone through a lot of hiring over the past year. Do you find our salary and benefits competitive in the market? Like, I mean, did you have any issues with that?
So we're in the middle of a collective bargaining negotiation right now, and you know, one of the things that I hear frequently is you know, our salary is not as competitive as some other organizations. You know, that's one part of the equation, and it's a big part of the equation. But I also think that there's something to be said about culture.
Yeah,
I think that there's something to be said about you know, making people feel good coming to work as opposed to having a stomach ache driving to work. And that's what we're trying to do downstairs. So that's what I can control, and that's what I try to focus on.
excellent. I mean, so, I mean, if someone was to ask you for advice for the city council as to how to navigate the CBA negotiations, do you think your officers are looking for additional compensation, additional benefits, additional fringe benefits? Like, what is it that you think that they're looking for? Or what do you think would make them happy?
I'm going to stop for a minute. Is it appropriate for us to be having this conversation considering we're a negotiating party?
Are you asking from a legal perspective?
Well, yes, because that's the only perspective, because otherwise it's David's decision.
I would recommend that you stay this part of the bargaining is going on, and in an effort to make sure that is between the city manager and the union, I would suggest that we stay away from that topic.
But thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate your time.
Any other questions?
Two quick comments. First, I'm super excited about the bike squad. I think it's phenomenal. I'm really just so,
Me too.
it's so connected to the community when you have such a different perspective when you're on your bike. And I think they'll bring so much value to the discussions for Safe Streets for All and sustainability. And Dave has his thumb up back there because Webster on Wheels.
Yeah.
And so I'm really, thank you for that initiative. And then just an observation that one of our fuel efficient EV Mach E. I see it at Hickson just sitting there. Sometimes you don't have to respond, but it's really fuel efficient.
Yeah. So
Should
it's.
it be driving around?
It's sitting at Hickson because that's where our school resource officer who uses that car parks and.
Okay, I don't want to take OC's car from
Yeah,
him.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's why it's
Okay,
there.
all right,
And we put it there so that, people driving by can see that the police are there. It's,
yes,
a presence.
yes, I understand.
Okay. Anything else, ladies and
I,
gentlemen?
I've got a couple of things. One is either I can't find it or it's not represented in there. Do we still have the state overtime grant for, patrol on the highway?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what the exact number is and I can get
Okay,
back to you on
as
that.
long, no, you don't need to give it to me, as long as it's still in there. I couldn't find it anywhere. I wanted to make sure that was still going on. The second out of three, I just wanted to ping, one of the things as we go forward with the capital and the training budgets, just want to make sure we account for things like the new training center that's being built for St. Louis County. Like I know next year, a new Milo system is on there. We may need that anyway, but I just want to make sure that we are part of the process of working together on those training facilities so that we're getting the maximum benefit for what the state really
Yeah.
has said to St. Louis County, here's $50 million.
Yeah.
So that just to ping that. And then the last thing is just a general question in terms of the budget. You have a 25% increase in your budget, by far the largest of any area that we have. And so just my general question to you about that is what will the residents of Webster Groves experience differently or better, or what is that going to mean for them?
Well, I think we've already seen some of what that means, and I'll start with myself. I hold myself to the highest standards of accountability. You've seen me at charitable events in my off time, engaging with our business community, with our community at large. Many of you have seen me at many of those events that our command staff typically didn't attend in the past. What that means for our staff is that when you have an engagement with a Webster Groves police officer, regardless of what the circumstances are, you're going to come out of that engagement with a positive perspective of who we are. You're going to feel good about the job that we've done, whether we're investigating a crime or we're helping you get your cat out of a tree, whatever it is, you're going to feel positive about that experience. And you're going to feel confident that whatever that job is that you need us to do, we're going to be able to handle it. We're going to be able to handle it with the best possible outcome. And then lastly, I'll just, again, generally speaking, you're going to see us out in the community more, whether it's on bikes, whether it's the chief of police at events, at the turkey game, at the turkey bowl, I forget what you guys call it. But all those things that our command leadership have not traditionally gone to. We are forward facing, all of us, and that's how we operate. So that's what they can expect. Excellence in service.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything
All right.
else? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. You have a couple of budget amendment slides, don't you? You want to save those? Okay.
Mr. Donovan, you good with that? Let's punt.
We've done it before.
That's right. What's there?
Yeah, okay. So then that concludes the budget presentation portion of this evening. Thank you. One of the things that's absolutely true is that this document reflects so many hours of work, and I know I'm grateful. I think I speak for everybody up here that we're grateful of that time and your patience tonight in answering questions, some of them that were really smart and some of mine that were less smart. But we're grateful for that. So thank you all. With that, I think we will go next to Councilmember Bliss. Could you call for the first and second reading of bill number 9280? Believe it or not, we have some business to do here.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the first, second reading of bill number 9280.
Second. I had to go in and find my sheet. Bill 9280, first reading, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to renew a 10-year subscription with the St. Louis County Emergency Communications Commission, the ECC, for portable, mobile, and base station radios.
Any discussion? Please continue.
Bill 9280, second reading, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to renew a 10-year subscription with the St. Louis County Emergency Communications Commission, ECC, for portable, mobile, and base station radios.
All right, Councilmember Smith, could you ask for the removal of resolution 2025-19 from the consent agenda and I guess for our postponement of its consideration.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the removal of resolution 2025-19 and its further consideration
And postpone its
and postponement
consideration.
consideration.
Can we just do a voice vote on that?
Mm-hmm.
All those in favor? Say
Aye.
aye.
Oh, second.
Second, yeah, sorry, thank you, Katie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? The ayes have it. All right. Would you like to call for the approval of the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the approval of the amended consent agenda.
Second.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd,
Yes.
Councilmember Hasselmeyer.
Yes.
Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss.
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
All right, I believe we stand adjourned.